There's ones here. Looks like I have excellent connection. It looks like. It says that I'm live. It looks like. It says that I'm live. So I can ask Rax. Yeah, but Rax is streaming right now. Like, you think I'm gonna go and ask him? Hey, Rax. Can you stop your stream and show me something real quick? From what it looks like it's okay. I don't hear any. So I'm listening to my. From what it looks like it's okay. I don't. It's okay. I don't hear any. So I'm listening to my. From what it looks like it's okay. Okay, so I don't hear any music on YouTube. So I think we're okay. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, yeah. So I'm fine with that because that's me listening to it as well. So I'm okay with that part. I'm just making sure that there's no music. So as long as you guys hear no music, we're good, and we have beaten the first boss of multi-streaming. So I can work on the other stuff later. But as long as there's no music playing and you guys can see me and it all looks pretty good on the YouTube side of things, I think we did a thing. So no music. Okay, cool. All right. So I'm gonna have to figure out how to pop out this chat and then put this to the side where I can also see the YouTube chat as well. Granted, I'm probably not gonna be as responsive to the YouTube chat as I am the Twitch chat. There is a way to merge both, but it requires some technical geniuses that or skills and geniuses that I am obviously not used to, nor have the ability of that nature. I am not that tech savvy at all whatsoever, like not even close. So now once I Google it, and figure it out, I could act like I know what I'm doing, but that's about as far as it goes. So if anybody who's on YouTube decides to want to check out the chat, they can. I think I'll put the chat right here. Yeah, so this is going to be some multitasking. So we'll see how this works. Where's the link to that stream? Oh, wait. What just happened? Okay. All right. I'm gonna have to. Okay. Can I minimize this and that works? Also, is the thumbnail up there too as well? Maxroll Rogue Specialist live gameplay. Is that like actually there? Okay. I think we're good. YouTube. All right. Cool. All right. So, for those who don't know, apparently Twitch has, Twitch has allowed us to be able to multi-stream now to both Twitch and YouTube, which is a pretty big deal because it allows creators to be able to hit both audiences and whatnot. Obviously, whatever platform you started on streaming is going to be a much bigger audience than the restream that you do to the other platform, but at least it allows you to be able to reach more people, and that is kind of cool. So pretty big deal long term. I'll put it that way. Long term is definitely the key. All right, so let's log on, man. I'm so glad to be home to my personal setup now because don't get me wrong, I thought streaming at the Blizzcon show floor was great, but the setup was very not really comfortable. So yeah, we're gonna leave it at that. I'm grateful for the opportunity though, and I would definitely do it again if they asked me to, right? But Micah, what's going on? What's happening, man? Glad to see you stop by on like the side panel or whatnot. Sorry I couldn't say more to you at the time. But it was nice meeting you, man. You smell burnt toast. I do every time I watch the Panthers. Are they 1-7 now? Panthers is 1-7, right? Ironically enough, that's better than what I was expecting them to do this season. So they've exceeded my expectations. So can I say how I really feel about the X-Pac news now that you're not at BlizzCon? You could have said it then. We were not like when we're there, we are allowed to be as honest about what we think about the game. While I was there, I didn't hold back. I still said most of what I said about stuff. You know, I complained about like the bow unique still being terrible, and I mean, I literally talked as if I was in my own setup. Right, that they don't. I mean, I doubt they expected us to be anything but us when they brought us in. Except maybe Crip, because Crip is a little more brutal. But I think the rest of us though are pretty like fair in our criticisms. So when are you going to complete the season journey? Oh man, I might have to pay someone to do that for me, man. That's just yeah, I don't know, man. Look. Okay, completing the season journey is just against my religion, y'all. Okay, y'all know this. There's two things that are against my religion. Okay, that is wearing shorts and completing the season journey. Oh, and sorry, there's three things. My fault. Doing a set dungeon. Three things. Okay, so those three things are against my religion. So I might have to pay someone to do those things for me. So we'll kind of see. Is it Namatsumoto? 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 Is that how I say it? Matsumoto. Or I guess, is the N silent? Is the M silent? Am I even remotely close? Matt, okay, here we go. All right. I want to make sure I get that right. But I love being back home, guys. I love being in front of you guys and like streaming and talking. This is kind of miss it. Love your builds. Off topic, but I had a question in your Barrage Season 2 Barrage build on the Cheap Shot Paragon board. Why not take the Cheap Shot Legendary node? Because a lot of times you're not always that close. So like you can take it if you want. Because it's really close. Like, I mean, if you have like 5 or 6 points to spare, you can just go ahead and just grab it. But more often than not, you're not going to be that close to benefit that much from that passive, because with Barrage, you're either mid-range or you're close, and it's like half and half type thing. So if you want to take it, you can. I just think that you won't get the full value of that of that legendary node. That's why I don't really recommend taking it. But if you end up with extra points, or if there's something or a rare node that you don't really too much care for and you want to pick up Cheat Shot, you absolutely can. Or if you play Barrage a little closer than I do, then absolutely you can. Meanwhile, CJ's balling out. CJ McCollum? Or am I talking? Or is that? Are we talking about basketball? Or are we talking about some football still? Okay, CJ Trap. I don't know why I got to basketball for some reason. And yeah, Machine says I'm just disappointed. New class cool. However, the game still isn't really fully good in my opinion. And then they're gonna ask for another $90 for X-Pac plus 3 days early access. Kind of rubs me the wrong way. Well, a couple of things with that, Machine. I would agree with you if the expansion pack was coming out like January or February. Like if it was coming out January, February, then absolutely, right? Let's look at how much they have changed in the game so far since June. From June to November, a lot of things in the game has changed. From November to the end of next year, there's going to be a lot of changes to the game before the expansion comes out. So I think you're looking at it in a where the game is right now, and what they're wanting for the like expansion. You see what I'm saying? So you feel the way you do right now based on the current state of the game right now, right? Now, when October or November comes next year, will you feel the same way? Because a lot of things would have changed by then. A lot of things. We would have, lots leaderboards. We will have more content. We will have a lot more balance changes. We will have a ton of different things before we get the expansion. So I think, in my opinion, people who feel that way are kind of jumping the gun because it's a year out. Like, it's not like the game is not going to change between now and the expansion. If it didn't, then that's like, then you have a point. But based on the track record, I'm only just based off the track record. If I base it off the current track record from June to now, if they keep that trajectory all the way from the November here to next November, then expect to see a lot of changes. Right? Johnny Blaze, what's going on, man? That's on the YouTube chat, by the way. So, and the second thing is, I do feel like I feel like they really bamboozled us with the new class, talking about a new class and not telling us about the new class. It was kind of weird that they were talking about the new class. Oh yeah, man, we're gonna have we thought about making a brand new class. We didn't want to make the same old, and it's gonna be different than what the other archetypes are in, the Diablo class. Then pass it off to the next community manager, and he's like, yeah, it's gonna be nice, right? And then just kind of goes on to the next subject, and we're just like, so you're gonna tell us about the class or not, And it's just kind of like they just kind of skipped over that. But I will say this though, like I don't think the expansion is not gonna cost $90. I guarantee you the expansion won't be any more than like maybe $39, $39.99. So you're not paying $90 for an expansion, and there will be no early access for expansion. These are things that I can tell you, like straight up. You're not paying $90 for an expansion, like not even close. Not even $70, not even $60. Like, I'd be surprised if it's more than $39. If they do $49, I'd be like, that expansion better wake up and make me coffee every morning. But I probably would do it. But yeah, I would say 39 is probably the expectation. How about seeing Rax's video? Yeah, I saw Rax's video. I would expect a full 5 new classes. Agreed. But I'm sure extra fee for 3 days early is going to be a thing going forward. No, not for expansions. No, for game releases, yes. For expansions, no. Because what would you get for an early like it wouldn't make sense for expansion content. Now, if they make a Diablo 5, they absolutely will sell you a 3-day early whatchamacallit. And 70, yeah, people will buy it. I mean, I certainly would be a sucker and buy it. I'm just gonna be 100% honest with you, but but that's Diablo 5, right? That's just gonna be whatever. And $70 for the super special awesome edition. Well, yeah, that's a choice though, right? Like if it's $39.99, it's $39.99 for the game to play the full game. All the extra stuff, we're gonna throw in the cool pet and the awesome mount and this super awesome transmog for $70. Yeah, but that's just upselling. You don't have to buy that. That's like going to a restaurant and you go to, you go and you just want your meal. Like you go, you get your drink, just a water or something, and then you get your meal. The server says, hey, well, we got all these drink specials, would you like, gin and tonic or, whatnot. Well, that's upselling. You don't have to buy the drink if you don't want to. You're not forced to, right? Same thing with appetizers. They make it sound all good. Hey, we got the special appetizer, the blooming onion. It's got this with the special sauce. It's on sale for right now. You don't have to buy the appetizer, or after you get your dinner of like that, and they're upselling you dessert. And I'm good at that because I'm a server. I've done that. I've upsell like a mofo, and I'm pretty damn good at it. or whatever, you know. But that's like, that's a choice, right? You don't have to buy the upselling stuff. That's a choice, you know. For instance, like when I go out to eat, you can't upsell me nothing. You can, I mean, I don't care. I don't care if you got like, you know, some sort of like, you know, I don't care if you got like Outcasts to sit there and like throw some bars talking about this appetizer in person. I still wouldn't buy it because I know what I want. I go there, I know what I want. I'm gonna get what I want, and that's it, right? You can't upsell me, no matter how good you are, right? But then, of course, that's me, right? I'm not, but I know the tactics. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so D4 base edition, you know, base edition is all you really need. The $39.99 is all you really need. Like I said, I'd be very surprised if it's higher than that. $49.99 would be the absolute highest. I think that would even possibly go with that. And even then, I would say, okay, that is a bit much. But you know what I'm saying? You haven't been upsold by please do not hit the blooming night. Not sure they thought they were doing something new as the way to go. They haven't fulfilled the normal classes people expect. Holy Plate and Martial. Well, I mean, that's the thing. But that's people's perception though, right? Blizzard never said they were doing a holy class in martial arts. And what if the new class is holy? They never said it wasn't a holy class. They just said it was a new class. They didn't give any sort of like information on what type of class it is, right? So like we can't, so if people speculate, oh, it's going to be a holy class, it's going to be a holy class, and they never said it, you can't get mad at them because people made that perception and people hyped themselves off of that, not because of what they actually said. So that's not fair to get mad at them because people chose to hype themselves off of, you know, internet conspiracy and theory, and it doesn't happen. Now, if Blizzard said, oh, guess what? We're making a holy class, and then they come out with this, you know, something completely different, you know, it's Aquaman or something, right? You know, then you got something, then you're going to be like, okay, bro, all right. All right. But they haven't said nothing. So we can't hold them accountable for something they haven't said or did. We can't let the internet like, you know, dictate that if Blizzard never put that information out there. Don't get me wrong. I want a holy class and I want a martial arts class especially. I want that, but if it doesn't happen, I can't be like Blizzard. It's your fault. Like their fault for what? Because I thought they might do it. A holy Aquaman class. Nah. But my honest thoughts though on like the whole BlizzCon thing. I think I don't disagree with some of the things out there. Like let's say I'll mention Rax. Like Rax made a really big video about it, right? So I don't disagree too much of what he said. I do feel that like, you know, I think Blizzard is kind of walking on eggshells about what they can and cannot reveal, especially if things are not ready. So like Blizzard gets a lot of flack for saying something, and then when the expansion comes out and things are different than what they said at BlizzCon, people are going to be pissed because people don't realize that during development things change, despite the fact that images might say development not final, not finalized. People don't care about that. People, you know, the internet is not a rational, like, you know, place, right? So they, instead of saying things that are early in development and saying this is going to be this and this could be this or whatnot, they played it super safe and did not reveal information they weren't ready to reveal, other than just telling you that it's in the works. Now, it's unfortunate because it's a huge tease for us, because it's like we see World of Warcraft, we see, you know, all these things. I mean, World of Warcraft got freaking 3 expansions like announced, right? They got 3 expansions announced like back to back to back, right? And freaking Chris Metzen is like the god of like presentation stuff, right? And it's like you see that, and then you see the, you know, the D4 panel, and you're just like, well, okay, sure, we got you know, we got an expansion, you know, expansion's coming, yeah, all right, that's good, You know, Mephisto's the centerpiece. Okay. Yeah. All right, guys, wrap it up. You know, it's unfortunate that that's the way it was, right? I don't disagree that you know, I would have liked to have had more. But I do feel that the season 2 stuff is actually pretty freaking good. The fact that they're still supporting the game like season 2 or whatever, you know, as much as they are with like the new event and the new in-game mode and like the new malignant rings, despite the fact that the one on Rogue is kind of questionable. You know what I'm saying? Like the season 2 stuff was actually pretty cool. Let's be honest. The season 3 stuff, we're gonna get the leaderboard and the gauntlet. You know, it's great that they mentioned that. I wish they would have said more, but same thing. You know, it's like they're walking on eggshells because they don't want to promise or say something that will change, because the entire community will blow up in their face. So I think it's a damn if you do, damn if you don't thing for on Blizzard's side of things when it comes to Diablo right now. So I think they took the safe route, which is unfortunate, but it's probably would have been the better route to have taken, because if anything have changed, if they said, you know, you know, that, you know, the dogs in town are going to get backpacks or something, for example. Let's say something as minor as that. You know, the little dogs walking around, they're going to now get backpacks, right? And the expansion, it got changed to like a fanny pack, right? You know, no longer do the dogs have backpacks, they have fanny packs. The internet will lose their shit for it. And we know this. We know this. You know what I'm saying? Like they made a change in development. Like, well, at BlizzCon, you know, I'll pull up this video on this thing. You said the dogs are gonna have backpacks, and you nerfed the dogs' backpacks to fanny packs. I'm not buying your game. You're a liar, Blizzard. You're blah blah blah. And you think I'm kidding? That's exactly what will happen. That's exactly what will happen, and you know it. You all know there will be people that are like that. Yes, exactly. Right. Now, don't get me wrong. I completely agree with everyone here saying I wish more information was revealed. I am on that side too. But I also can understand that the internet is the internet, and it's just like, you know, it's like they're playing it super safe. And then when the information does come out, I think people will forget and well, not forget, but people will be like, oh my God, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool when it comes out. Right. So it's one of those things where they're gonna take the hit now, but they're not gonna make any promises they can't keep. And that was the safe play they did. Zilq, what's going on, man? Also, not nullifies what's happening with 60. Yeah, you too. How's it hanging, man? The whole issue is that is BlizzCon. This is the event to have people up, and they feel that. And Shiv, I don't disagree with some of that. I do think the hype for season 2 stuff is actually pretty kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. Season 3 and the expansion was very little information. Totally agree with you on that. But it's just it seems like the stuff that, you know, was in the works is just too early to be revealed, unfortunately. Like BlizzCon came a little too early for them to reveal things they were not going to change, to make sure the audience doesn't go back and be like, you said this, you know, type thing. So it's unfortunate. Trust me. I wanted to play. I was hoping to be able to play the expansion at BlizzCon. I was secretly hoping that, you know, enough of it was ready for them to do a demo, and that while I was streaming, I would have had a chance to play the expansion. Like, I was super hoping that was gonna be the case. Obviously that was not the case, but I was absolutely hoping for it. Because I was like, man, am I really streaming like the gameplay that I normally stream at home, but at BlizzCon? Don't get me wrong, super grateful for the opportunity for it. Not saying that at all. It would have been pretty neat though if we would have been able to like showcase something new to the audience while we're at BlizzCon for some hype, right? You know, everybody likes hype, right? We're all about some hype, right? So I think that would have been pretty neat, but it is what it is. Did no excuses to build on company, make money making machines, massive conference. Well, I mean, the thing is that I think the thing that people don't realize is that just because you're bigger and you have more money doesn't mean that people actually agree with each other and we come to a general consensus to where things actually get done faster. Having more money doesn't mean you get things done faster. Having a bigger team definitely does not mean you guys get things done faster. It means there's more butting heads. It means there's more red tape. And there definitely means, in fact, actually, the smaller you are, actually, the easier it is to get information out there and the less red tape that's involved. It usually gets harder when you're bigger. Right. So, yeah, even if they have a quadrillion dollars or like that, doesn't mean that the pace of the work is going to be like much different. In fact, it'll be worse. In fact, let me tell you this much. You guys know that before Joe took over as the lead dev, like the game director, the game had 2 directors. They had 2 directors. And guess what happened? They couldn't agree. They fought back and forth. The story got rewritten several times. Systems got redone several times. You wanna know why? Because there were 2 leaders instead of 1. And they couldn't agree. And the team hated both of them. The team disliked both of those leaders because they couldn't get things done. So they were butting heads all the time, and there were, teams that were on one side and teams on the other side. You guys not like this is what happened in companies in general, right? So having 2 leaders because they got the money to do so was not better than having 1 leader, right? We're further along now because Joe's the director. So inexcusable. I mean, you can't sit there and blame the company for putting those 2 in charge to begin with. So, I mean, there is that. There is fault to be, to have there, right? But people are people, right? You can have, having $1 billion doesn't make the person better, doesn't make humans better. Like, if you give me $1 billion, I guarantee you I won't be a better dioxide, right? Like I won't stream better, right? Like I might have more assets and make things look a little cooler, but I dioxide won't be a better dioxide if I had $1 billion or $1 trillion or a quadrillion dollars. We can add as many zeros as you want. Dioxide is still going to be dioxide at the end of the day, or at least you guys hope so. You don't want me to come and turn into this egotistical, I don't need y'all, bow down to me type, whatever. My attitude might change. I don't know. But my gameplay won't. Hopefully my attitude wouldn't change. But you get what I'm trying to say, right? No amount of money is gonna make me better at what I do. Unless maybe that $1 billion might give me implants, maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's some mechanical enhancements so I can click better or whatnot. We'll see. We'll see how that works. MLG, appreciate the Prime Gaming. What's going on? Anyways, this is fun though. It's fun. It's fun chatting about this. Totally cool. I got some people in the YouTube chat. Good evening. Any tips for a Frost rapid fire road build? Saw one the other day. Slay and PvP. PvP builds are usually built quite a bit different than PvE builds. So it's oftentimes it's hard to kind of take that into like the farming world and it do the same thing. Probably have a nice a lot nicer ride. Maybe I don't know. I'm a pretty simple dude in general. But yeah. So what's gonna be our first theory craft for today? I think I kind of want to do. I think I'm gonna do some You know what? I think we'll just stick with what we have right now for a little bit, and then we'll swap out a little bit. Probably should farm some whatchamacallits, right? Grim Favors to prepare for tomorrow. Wanna run some Duriels? As long as I'm not using Vashon mats, sure. Am I looking forward to trickery? I'm gonna make a video on that pretty soon. Raven Honey, what's going on? On YouTube at that, what's up? Area with the Prime, what's going on? Where's your 100 million seconds? What up, Area? You said you enjoyed the Trickery Heart last season. So when I saw that announcement, it's funny because when that was announced at the campfire chat or whatever, me, Woody Jill, and Lucky were all sitting in like the same area, and we all looked at each other and we are just like, seriously? Like, this is what they picked for rogues? Seriously? Like, this was the heart power? We were not amused, to say the least. Yeah. So one of the biggest problems I have with the heart is this. They added a cooldown to it. And so instead of your gameplay being based around whatever cooldown skill you chose to pick, so therefore you can properly, like, you know, manage your cooldowns and when you want to attack and things, they decided to add an internal 12-second cooldown to it. And that bothered me quite a bit. The second thing that bothered me was that the rings have nothing unique about it. Right? You look at the other rings and they have like at least one unique stat that makes you want to take it. Legit. All the stats on that unique ring is nothing unique. They're all regular stats I can get on a regular ring. So if I don't care about the taunt, then the ring itself is useless because it's like, oh, I can get those same stats elsewhere. And an aspect, right? So so with the complaint though, I know I'm complaining, but the taunt isn't that bad. Like, the taunt itself is actually pretty freaking good if you want to play around it. If you want to play around it, it's actually kind of good. It's just, but that's it though. It's just good, right? Unique need to be better than just good. What level should you try to do Uber bosses in World Tier 4? It depends on the build and the class that you're playing. It definitely differs between. Riptide, are you still here? Help and carry someone and doing runs if I'm gonna join. Yeah, absolutely. I'll play. Let me do you mind if I finish this event? Yeah, Necros won the lottery on that one, followed by Sork. Ah, it feels so good to play on my own setup again. 15 of them? Oh, hell yeah, I'm in. I am in. Sign me up. Yes, sir. How you doing, Zario? Also, I do want to give a shout out to Zario, by the way. I don't know if he's doing as many YouTube videos as he was at one point, but if you have not, check out his channel. He has very good content. Usually, they're very math-based. He breaks them down, making it easy to understand whether you know anything about, whether you're good with maths or not. For instance, I'm not really that great with maths, so I usually enjoy the breakdowns when someone actually takes the time to break down the maths rather than throw like a bunch of out of this universe formulas at me with no explanation. So be sure to check out his content on YouTube. He is very good at that. You said solo Riker raid. Dark, what's going on, man? Yeah, man, it was fun. It was good. You want to put this YouTube link on chat? Yeah, you can. That's fine. He's following the ball lightning sword. 2 ball lightning swords. I think I would have had the core power dump power for sword. Yeah, I think the Vow Heart would have been a better choice honestly for Rogue. Like, not that it's like, you know, much greater than the Trickery Heart, but I felt like if they would have put the Vow Heart and buffed it a little bit, I think it could have been like you know, an option that's like, okay, good, this is actually like nice to have. That's what I was literally totally expecting it to be. Or even the grenade heart would have actually kind of been more preferred. But anyhow, it is what it is. By the way, I did already get feedback on that heart already, or on that unique ring for rogues, before obviously it comes out tomorrow. Not that they have any time to make anything different about the ring at all, but maybe like in the future patch they might take a look at like a stat roll or something. I don't know, but I did at least mention, at least please give it a unique affix, something that like stands out and goes, oh, that's actually pretty cool. At the very minimum. Malky, what's going on, man? Grenades. Cool, cool. Zarya, are you on my friends list? I don't know. I don't think we've played yet together. Okay. I think you might have sent me your whatchamacallit a bit back. I don't know if I actually keyed it in yet. Oh, no, you didn't. You didn't. Cool. All right, I got it. 1776. What a year, huh? Hopefully I have enough room for this. Let me know if you got it. Pat the Bears, what's going on, man? So what build do you think you would like on Rogue? Honestly, probably Barrage. I think it's very straightforward. And I mean, you just kind of shoot it like multi-shot. It does take a little bit more to actually, like, you know, to get the most out of it. But I think just starting off, I think you would just like the general ease of use of just starting the build. You don't need a lot to make it good. Is it? Mika, you got that. You caught that. But yeah, dude, Dark. Yeah, dude, BlizzCon. Absolutely amazing. Actually, hold on. Can we hold on? Before we start, or I don't know if you're already there or not. Can we add one more person, or is that okay? Riptide, you there? Or are you by yourself? You can jump in, man. We haven't started yet. No, we're not full. That's why I'm asking. Send me an invite. I think I think we're friends, right? Are you Khaled? Okay, just want to make sure. Okay. All right, cool. Frankie Lasers, what's going on, man? Did you answer this already? How was the food? Not great. Gonna be honest with you. Was not impressed with the food trucks. Was not impressed with the VIP food that we got. I know it's post COVID era, and I know that like having the, the big food set up for the content creator slash media whatever's was usually much bigger and much more grand in the past. But the box food that we were kind of given was a bit not. It was definitely a miss. The drinks were good though. Like they had like many different types of like simply drinks, like the orange juice, apple juice, cranberry juice. Like those are really good. And of course they had like sodas and stuff, and coffee and things. Like like the drink part of it was good. But that was it. Yeah. Let me tell you this. So the food truck, the one food truck I tried, which I regret trying this one. I ordered like a chicken sandwich, which wasn't a chicken sandwich. It was actually just 2 chicken fingers on a bun, which was, already disappointing. Already saying that. So I got that plus fries, right, and a drink, a canned drink. You know how much that cost me? You know how much that cost me? $37. $37. Yes. And it wasn't even remotely worth it. Did I play zoomed in? I'll do it next round. Because I just forgot. I just saw this, so. Okay, I got a boot. Oh, we gotta pick up. We got you, bro. Oh, I got scammed. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, yeah. I know. I absolutely know I got scammed. That was the worst $37 I spent on food ever. Did kill him? No, no. This is food truck. He wasn't able to get into where that was. Cheesecake Factory was different. Yeah, dude. It was the most disappointing chicken sandwich I've ever had. It wasn't even good. It'd be something if it at least it was good or it was a proper chicken sandwich. The fries were cold. I got a 12-ounce can Sprite for like, I'm pretty sure that Sprite cost like $7. When you put in the math for everything else, it's about like $7 to $8, somewhere around that range. But I was hungry, and then I went from being hungry to being disappointed. So, and still hungry because I didn't even eat it all. So, what was I gonna say? So, however, though, work for now. Okay. What can I do when I get bored of D4? Play a different build or a different class. It's really about it. Or a different game. That's fair. But did a barrage barrel on Maxroll? Yeah, I would say so. Yeah. Just get the odds. You want to tell Bobby? Bobby's no longer. You know, Bobby's not at the helm. With the Microsoft merger, he's no longer at the helm anymore. Which was like the positive thing about it. The positive thing about the merger is Bobby's on his yacht. Yeah, he is. It'd be a shame if someone, you know, just happened to nudge the yacht. You know, intentional or intentionality. Is that how you say it? Axie intentionally. I can't even put the two words. Put the two together. Oh, so here's what I was gonna say. So while I was eating that chicken sandwich, right? I ran into, while I was eating the really bad sandwich, I ran into, or she kind of came up to me. It was the marketing director for Diablo 4, or the Diablo team, Diablo 4, whatever like that. She just randomly walked up to me and said, "Hey, Dioxide," and I'm just like, obviously I have no idea who she is, and I'm just like, oh, I'm sitting there trying to enjoy my sandwich. The half of the chicken sandwich that had like a chicken finger on it, yeah, that one. Trying to enjoy the sandwich, right? And she's like, you know, sorry, I didn't mean to catch you while you were, you know, two chicken sandwiches with Tyson's and bread, yes. She's like, yeah, I didn't mean to catch you while you were, you know, doing, you know, eating the sandwich or whatnot. And she's like, I just want to come and tell you thank you because, you know, because our marketing team really loved the videos you did for the Diablo YouTube channel. She said that the Game Guy series did really well, and they really loved working with me, and they were very grateful that I, you know, had a chance to do the videos and things. And so that was like the positive with that, because had I had not have had that sandwich, I would have been in my hotel room, and I would have missed her. So that sandwich was definitely placed there. That meal was placed there on purpose. It had a purpose apparently. So, and then so she was just like, you know, hope to, you know, maybe, you know, work with you in the future and things like that, you know, or we can continue to work together in the future. And I'm just like, well, heck yeah. Yeah, no, not a problem. I'm glad you guys liked. It was really cool to hear that from them. She secretly runs the food truck. So she put that there, right? I have no comment. I have no comment. It probably was a setup. See, the Mexican food truck was decent. I got the quesadilla there, but still not worth $20. There are some bad companies and there's some good companies. I would say that usually the food is up to the convention place and which company that that center. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, from what I heard from Nine Ball and them, like Nine Ball and Dre, they said that most of the food trucks are food trucks they didn't recognize, and I think that was probably the first like red flag that I probably shouldn't have done that, because they didn't recognize them, and they've been going to BlizzCon basically all their lives, and I probably should have stayed away. kind of sad because here in LA, Orange County, we have so many great food trucks. Yeah, I was. Well, see, the thing about it is that like I was gonna actually try to a food truck a lot earlier than that, but the lines were always so long, man. Like the lines were just crazy. I died question. What is the lucky hit? What does the lucky hit on range and the barrage guy help with? I'm waiting. If I'm waiting on range, should I pick up some lucky hit in the skill tree? It helps you proc the Umbrus better because that's based on lucky hit. That's primarily the reason why you want it. There are other reasons too, but being able to consistently proc those dark shrouds or whatever for defense is very, very helpful. It makes you considerably it gives you like a tanky sustain, and you definitely know you like you what is happening?
My stream
like it was
with
going on.
352 viewers.
This mega keeps getting frozen. Appreciate the answer. Yeah, man, no problem. Also, thank you for the raid. How's your night been, Lulu? How was BlizzCon? It was absolutely amazing. I almost teared up a little bit when I had to leave. Honestly, because like this is a community that like I actually like really fit in, and everyone was so welcoming. Everybody was so welcoming, and like getting the treatment that I did there was like something that like I just would never forget. Period. So I words can't express like how grateful I was to be able to be a part of all that has happened there. You said you died, but you made a new. Oh, you were playing hardcore. Godslayer crown. Boo. hope to make it next year. It is. I figured it was gonna be like amazing, but like I had no idea it was gonna be like that. Endeavor's going on. Came on the drop. We the best. What up, Endeavor? That's my brother. Like in real life, bro. Hey, dude, nice to meet you. You too, man. Yeah, it was surreal, man. Surreal experience. Also kind of like, you know, humanizes people too, right? It's like, you know, you see them online all the time, but like, you know, seeing them in their human form, technically, you know, was kind of neat. Riptide has a very specific boss build, I can tell. when he unloads. Thanks for representing the Rogue clan on D4. I'm still trying my best to kind of like, you know, do what I can for like the Bow Rogue or the community, the Bow Rogue of the Rogues. That may or may not be using 22 combo points. We figured. Jim Leader, appreciate the follow. Did Rax wear the hoodie the whole time? Rax didn't go. And people were actually very surprised that he didn't. No one knows why he just chose not to go. Like, not even Woody knew. You know, legit, no one knew. And it's not like he couldn't have gone. Like, I mean, he would have gotten the same treatment that we all did there. Plus more. But, yeah. I'm coming. He's a homebody. I know why he didn't go, but I won't say. I legit can't. He was about to go. Okay. I'm not going to force it out of you. Yeah, it would have been nice. It would have been nice to go, or to meet him actually. Say what a tease. He said, "Might as well say it." No, I mean, if it's supposed to, I mean, if he has, I mean, I don't even know. Like, did he even say it like, did he even say it like publicly on a stream, or like, if you know, that seems like a private conversation, right? So I wouldn't want you to say anything if that was the case. Is it lot? Appreciate the prime. How's it going? Actually, a pretty good bow. We'll hold on to that. I'm gonna keep like some test weapons, so when I try different things, I can feel like I'm not whoops. So you got the notice to be flown out too late. I mean, if that's the, like, if that is the reason, then that's a huge mess up, I guess you could say. At the same time, though, like, I think, you know, those who did go or whatnot, you know, most, I'll put it this way. If you were chosen to get flown out or whatever and had stuff, you know, taken care of for you, I can't really say much more than that, but, you know, like, everything was going to be reimbursement. Like, you know, they weren't going to pay for anything ahead of time. So, like, whatever you do, you would have had to pay with your own money anyways. and then they would have reimbursed you if you were getting flown out or taken care of there. Random game, appreciate. What's that, man? That's actually a good roll. We'll accept that. Our first name starts with Bella. Actually, some pretty big rolls. This is a very interesting amulet. The fact that they've rolled all damage that I can actually edit, that's possible to use. Not that I would ever do it, but I'm just intrigued by the amulet itself that I actually want to keep it. Who knows if that ever actually becomes good one day. It's like, you know what? I kept the amulet, even though it was on the Eternal Realm, but I still kept it. I am under stream DA. Stream DA, not NDA, stream DA. Everybody there waiting on me? Okay, I'm going. Alright, Seth, you have a good one, man. I love the visual bug there. This little like stretch thing. Did I see it in a League of Legends player? Oh, you did see one, but I didn't want to be that guy while they were shopping for groceries. I totally would have been that guy. I mean, that's the place to be that guy, right? Is BlizzCon, right? Now, if it was anywhere else, it'd be a different story. But at BlizzCon, that is the place to be that guy. You flown out. You got flown out to be there. Expect people to stop you, and say something. Like that is the time to be obnoxious, right? They get mad. It's like, bro, it's BlizzCon. I mean, oh, you mean like a random grocery store? Oh, okay, that's a little different. Okay, yeah. Okay, I thought you meant like at a grocery store at BlizzCon, like in the BlizzCon area, roughly. You have a pretty decent volume level, not many ups and downs. Appreciate it. Thanks, man. I am pretty anal about my audio or stream audio in general. So I tell you that I spend a lot of time on it. I really do. Well, I'm a musician, and I teach music in real life. So for me, like, and I am very picky about just like quality sound in general, even down to the headphones that I have is it is. I picked this very specifically for streaming. So, like for one, it has to be open back headphones. I can't do closed back unless if I'm listening. Well, not that I dislike closed back headphones. I think that for the price range especially, and I guess for the things that I normally do, I think open back gives me the more desirable experience, especially when I'm streaming, because I can hear myself for one. So I don't have to talk louder than I need to, because I can actually hear myself and know that I'm actually speaking at a decent tone. That's very important too. Also, these particular headphones, the DT990s especially, has a really good soundstage for the price. Like for the price, it's hard to beat the soundstage that you get there. So like everything sounds so like, well, realistic. And yes, these headphones do have a V curve, like a V-shaped curved or whatever. So not like what you would want for like super, you know, like detailed listening, I guess. Because I won't say detailed listening, because I mean it is there. But if you're looking for like a reference headphones and you're listening, you know, just to music over like that, these probably wouldn't be my first choice. But considering that I listen to the game sound and the music at low volumes, the V-shaped headphones, or the V-shaped curved headphones do wonders, because it makes it easy to listen to low volume. Like with the kind of enhanced bass and enhanced treble, I can listen to it low volumes and still get very good detail at low volumes. So I wouldn't take mini headphones actually over the ones I have right now for the price range, because of that detail, right? So like now if I'm listening to like moderate volumes or loud volumes, different story. But like at low volumes, it's hard to beat the clarity I hear with these at this price point. I say this price point because there was someone who came in my chat and it's like, what about the Sennheiser, what was it, the HD 800s or whatever's? And I'm like, yeah, but those are like, $1,000 plus headphones. Of course they're gonna that's not in the same price range, right? Like nowhere near. Using the Sound Blaster GC, yeah, dude, it's so underrated, because people are like, oh, it's a gaming DAC, and it's like, well, technically yes, but it powers pretty much any pair of headphones, like, easily, like really, really well. For the price point too, man. Like, eventually, pretty sure to follow. You rocking the HD 650s? I actually have those. I actually have those pair. You'll just will never see me stream with them, but I do have those. Yeah, legit sitting inside. Yep. These are the DT990s. I can't stream with the 650s. Can't do it. Yeah, barrier dynamics, yes. DT990s. Yeah. I think that even with the DAC that I have or whatnot, like at low level volumes, they're not as easy to hear detail at low volumes, because they're definitely more reference headphones. Like they're closer to neutral, much closer to neutral than barrier dynamics are. And like when you're gaming and things, and you're listening to things at like a low volume, you definitely need the little bit of perk and the upper registers to really hear the clarity. I think someone asked me about the Scoundrels leather. Who was that? That was like maybe 10 minutes ago. I guess remembered and never answered the guy. I feel bad. And so you hate them, but they're good. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I can't, like for streaming, I can't do the 650s. Like if I'm just listening to music on like, with, like mastered recording stuff, yes. but not for streaming. Yeah. Also, it has a closer sound stage too as well. Like the DT990s has a quite a bit bigger sound stage, so like it really makes it nice to game with as well. But obviously, like I said, if I'm just listening to music, it'll be the other way around. So I have different headphones for different purposes for sure. Scoundrels leathers. My job was up, man. Jeez, you could trade in your headphones for a PS5 back in 2020, 2021. I'm enjoying yours. Oh man, Bo's appreciate the lightweight. Yeah. Another overall impressions for most were meh, but I was so hyped at BlizzCon adding in-game content for season 2. Greatly exceeded expectations. Yeah, those were nice. That's definitely a nice addition for sure. Did I go to a Guitar Center and try Focal MG clears? Yeah, but that's money I ain't got though. You gotta remember, I am on a teacher salary. The Focal and you know the like those. Yeah. You know, when I make it big in streaming, we'll definitely consider, we'll up the budget for headphones for sure, as well as car audio as well. But we'll leave it at If Jasmine was a teacher around my age and look at him now, yeah, sure, yeah, that is we'll see. Teaching is one of those things where, like, you know, I don't like, even if I make it big in streaming, I don't think I would ever just like legit quit teaching, because it's something about it that you can't get elsewhere. Like, you don't obviously you don't go into the profession because you know, thinking, oh man, I'm gonna make it big, you know, in terms of, you know, like financially, man. It's like, oh, I'm gonna you know about to get this Bugatti, man. You know what I'm saying? Can't wait to be a teacher, you know what I'm saying? Can't wait to do it. No, you do it because you have a passion for it, right? And so nothing in the world really replaces that. No amount of money can replace the experiences that you gain, you know, as a teacher, if that's what you're passionate about. Get that teacher bag. Yeah, man, that Honda Accord, the Toyota Camry. We're not talking about like new ones. We're talking about, like, you know, it has to be used for about a decade. Let the engine break in so we know it's reliable. You know what I'm saying? that 2012, that 2013, you know, Honda Civic, man, that's where it's at. Teachers. That's how you got your Lambo, all those holiday gifts from the kiddos. You're an English teacher because you want to teach people English. It feels good when you do it. Yeah, it's one of those things where you can't. At some point, the experience does be. I mean, it's at some point. There are times, obviously, more times, honestly, it really should be that the experience is more important than the money. You should be doing much better than you currently are. I have about five close friend teachers. I'm a bit older, so they were still a better proportion. At better proportionate starting rate. Well, yeah. I mean, obviously, yeah. I mean, the wages did not keep up with the inflation, and even then, it wasn't that great before things got worse. But yes, it also depends on where you live and all those things. There's a lot of factors. Saturday, what's going on, man? Love seeing the pictures of you at BlizzCon because you look so happy. Yeah, dude, BlizzCon was so just like, I can't even. Again, words can't express how awesome that was. I really was happy though. Like it was, I literally could have stayed there forever, except for the prices of California. I'd be broke in a week. but yes, yes. But in terms of that area is concerned, as long as Blizzard was paying for it, yeah, I could have stayed there forever. How was BlizzCon? I heard that due to the pandemic, students are way behind academically and maturity wise. There is truth to that, yes, very much so. Especially academically, yes. It's hard to really have the same type of like education.
Hi viewers.
Lex with the Ray, appreciate you, man. It was a blast hanging out with you practically all weekend, man. I think we went out to eat twice together at least at the bare minimum. Was it twice or 3 times? Twice. But we did hang out at the Marriott a couple of times too as well. I was watching Fudge when you got, or I was watching your stream a little bit earlier, and Fudge seemed like he was mad at you for a bit. But yeah, appreciate you, Lexi. Yeah, as always, I'm pretty sure it's late and you're ready to go to bed probably. But appreciate the raid. It was great meeting him in person. Fudge was throwing paws. No, man, I guess you just don't like. I mean, I always thought Lex was a cool individual. Was like, you know, hanging out and like, you know, being cool with someone on social media versus like hanging out with them in person is just way too different. I won't say way too different things, but definitely different. It's a different vibe, right? And it was really cool. Did they nerf the drop rate of Bloodlures? No. Not that I know of. Have you been feeling that way today? Just today? Or like have you been feeling like this like a couple of days, like 3 or 4 days? The song's a throwback, by the way, y'all. Yeah, I know. Summertime. They got some swag sitting on the table close enough to grab. Show the camera. I mean, I got the thug light glasses. I got that. I don't know if that counts. Did I ever finish the seasonal journey? Looks like it's a requirement for his year. Yeah, I gotta go finish that at some point. And I'm going to begrudgingly do it. There's 3 things that's against my religion, and the chat knows. 1 is shorts. Shorts are against my religion. Okay, whatever religion that is, you know, shorts is definitely against it. 2, A set dungeon in D3. Set dungeons were definitely against my religion as well. And 3, seasonal journeys. Also against my religion. Those are the 3 things that were absolutely against my religion, right? So I never did it. Never done them. Just don't do them. YouTube short. Who's that? Appreciate the follow. So I might have to get some. I might have to pay someone to do it on my account. Be like, yo, bro, can you just slide on my account and do these fancy seasonal journeys? It's against my religion. Nah, but yeah, I eventually will do it. I'll clamp down and get it done. I know, like my entire chat, like my stream knew. It's like, oh man, he got to finish the season journey. Doxa is not gonna like that. Next time I'll have some good food places for you guys to go to. Me and Lex went to what was it, Norton's Steakhouse, right? And like when we got there, and like we're kind of in our like BlizzCon, like clothing, whatever like that, like nothing like fancy. And like we got there, and like they pulled out the table for us, like legit. Like we walked up, and like they legit just pulled out the table. And I'm thinking something was wrong with the table. Like I'm like, oh snap! What what just happened? Like was there something underneath the table or something, or like was something messed up? It's like no. We just put out the table for y'all. So we just slide in the booth, and then he puts the table back in. He pushes the table back in, and I'm like, I don't think I ever had this kind of service before. Do I tip him now, or kind of this is like. It was actually a really awesome experience. He was a really good server. It was really good. Funny because like I have standards when it comes to stuff like that, and so does Lexi, because Lexi used to be in that in that industry as well. So clearly you're a SoCal outsider. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I own any jeans, shorts all the way. I just never liked shorts. I can't really. I can't really pinpoint why or when I just decided that I just didn't like shorts or whatever, but like I never did. I just didn't. The only time I ever wore shorts was when I was forced to. When I was playing basketball for like recreational leagues when I was younger, of course you kind of had to because it was uniform. Otherwise, I would literally just ball, like I'll play pickup ball in pants all the time. No problems. Probably made me better when I did have shorts on, right? It was almost like a power up when I actually finally wore shorts. Right? That's what it felt like for a bit. But yeah, I just never I never liked shorts. I can't pinpoint or explain anything about it. Just never did. Oh, and I also pet this percussion drum line. I was forced to wear shorts there too, but because it's uniform. But excuses will have to force short upon them. I remember. I think my students, when I taught at one school, there was one school I taught at, and I wore shorts for the first time because it was like band camp, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna actually buy like some, like. It was like gonna be a really, really hot summer. So you know what? I will actually buy a pair of shorts. I wore shorts for the first time, and my students could not believe it. Like they took pictures and everything because they thought they would never see this day ever again. And I instantly regretted wearing shorts. So my luck has been pretty horrible so far still. I took a photo. Dude, you're kidding me. Did Woody break the table? No, he wasn't with us in these trips. He did come with us to the Cheesecake Factory. or whatnot. It was real, like hanging out with Woody was a blast. Like him experiencing like American culture in California was a treat, man. Loved seeing it. Some of the questions he would ask, and like, you know, just him being surprised about the portion size of food. Like, cause you know, like, and you know, we look at it as normal, but apparently the Europeans, like the portion size of food is just ridiculous here compared to what it is over there. And he looked at the plate, he's like, "What is all this?" And I'm like, "It's food." It's food. He's like, "We get all this." I'm like, "Yeah, but I only pay for some." I know, and it's still expensive because it's California, you know. But he's like, "But there's so much food." I know. Yeah. That is. Yeah. It was so hilarious him trying to like really like rationalize this. It was cool. It was fun hanging out with Woody. Machine said like it was exactly couldn't go. It was nice seeing it on whatchamacallit. Was it Instagram Live? I think it was. Doc said I was visualizing you in some 1970s cut off denim shorts. Denim shorts. Was that wrong? Dare to Google guy 70s cutoffs denim. Yeah, definitely wrong on that one. If anything, in the 70s, I probably would have been like the disco era, like bell bottom type, you know, individual. Thomas Green, appreciate the follow. Need to hit up one of them regression therapists. Dig out your childhood bare leg trauma. Good Griffey with the Prime Gaming for 4 months now. Appreciate you, man. You forgot the resub, man. All good. Appreciate you here. Go get a lottery ticket afterwards. Yeah, it was cool. Meeting Levi was pretty cool too as well, because Levi was like one of the people I really looked up to. So to kind of see him in his element where he's like, you know, a you know, Blizzard, you know, developer and stuff like that. It's like so cool to see his dreams come true and things. So you best believe I took a picture with him. By the way, I'm gonna post some pictures on my Discord too as well. So you guys get to see all the cool pics. Most of them are going to be from Echo Hack, because Echo Hack just takes amazing pictures with this ridiculously like out of this world like 16K camera. He has access to K's not even like created yet. Would you sport an afro? Absolutely. I had a half-fro for a while. You know, half an afro, half-fro for a bit. Like when I was like 2 years old, 3 years old, I definitely had a half-fro. That's pretty nice. You can do a pull. I think it was a fraud, maybe a big old gnarly flying beetle. Those are horrifying. California is not American culture. It's a close. I mean, compared to you know, Europe, obviously, it's just, you know, I mean, it's the closest thing he got. You know, Bulgaria, Germany, you know, those kind of things. They say the new unique rings are going to be Uber drop rates. I don't know. It might have been like on one of the devs like interview type thing. You know, with like the dev streamer interviews. My luck has been so bad so far. off of Varshan drops. Yeah, I don't know how rare they're gonna be though. I guess like, if they're gonna drop every time, or if it's gonna be like it's gonna take a minute. You know, I'm not excited about the Rogue one. So like I'm just, you know, I'm not. I mean, I'm gonna save up to, you know, well, it's save up, but I'm not gonna spend any of mine until tomorrow. But I'm not like excited for it. Appreciate the follow. I'm just I'm very lukewarm about it. How about what's going on? It's good to see you. Started playing Rogue this season because of you, and I'm loving it. Oh, nice. Well, cool. Appreciate I can be a inspiration. I'm glad you're having fun. If you have any questions or anything, obviously, feel free to ask. Those grocery prices, man, the gas prices, man. I was riding by, and like I didn't know if the gas station was selling gas or like, you know, rental cars. Like holy hell, like I was looking at that. I'm like 6 something for a gallon of gas. Like what? I got home and like, you know, it's like 303 here, right? It's like double that in California. What? just just what? I'm coming. Hello, Doc said after finishing a duel with the group, I can't leave the Durio dungeon. The normal. You have to reset it. No. So like once you do a dungeon, whoever's the party leader has to reset the dungeon. And for some reason I can't port to Zario for some reason. It's not letting me port. Okay, I went to the wrong portal. Let me try again. 6 something? That must have been on sale. When they start selling gas by the gram. That must have been a bug, Jackie Chan. Yeah. It's weird. Sorry guys. I couldn't port on y'all for some reason. Hold on. I'm coming. You hop in the party. I mean, we have a full party at the moment. I got invited to this party, so definitely not my call with any of this. Wow, it ported me all the way back here? Bruh. Sorry. It keeps porting me to the entrance, y'all, for some reason. Alright, I'm there now. That's weird. A Skylark. I haven't seen that in a while. Happens when when he's been summoned. Oh, okay, gotcha. Come on, drops. These drops have been pretty awful. That's just my RNG though. I literally just expect this. Like I honestly do. Like I've been doing these runs with like no like expectations at all. Other than just playing with friends. So if something happens, great. But I'm legit. Like just have no expectations here. But if it happens though, it happens. Well, that's actually a really good pair of pants there. Well, not really good. It's decent pair of pants. If I'm gonna keep hold on to that. Get your Tabals and you're good. I don't even care for a Tabals. I'm not even. I have a Tabals full. I just don't. I don't want another one. I'm not even using Tabals anymore. Mr. Shambles, what's going on? The thing about making the range roll for the first time, what would you recommend you go with? It was between Barrage and Rapid Fire. I think you'll have a lot of fun doing the Rain of Veils Rapid Fire on Maxroll, just because it's kind of a new setup thing. I would give that a try first, honestly. After that, I'd probably do Barrage. If you're not really feeling the Rain of Veils setup. You're the only streamer with no streamer luck. I know, right? Man. I'm not a real streamer because I don't have the streamer buff. Twitch is not recognizing my streamer status, or the game is not recognizing my streamer status, right? Hey, bruh, did you not know I stream the game? Like, where's my luck? Try reconnecting your BNet and Twitch. I did, because I had to log out of all that stuff before I went to California and streamed over there. So I actually did. So this is my first time back reconnecting all that stuff. That's how I know that's not working. Oh man, the game says no. So turning it off and turning it on again. The thing that always works is definitely not working this time around. Yeah, he's like, nah. Hope they fix comma points plus to boss and tomorrow's patch. They probably won't. From what I gather, oh no, don't get me wrong, they will fix bugs. That is not, you know, but they're going to at least announce it ahead of time first. So like if they haven't said anything in the patch yet or something ahead of time, then it's not going to be in that upcoming patch for the most part. They're not going to ninja fix a bug is what they said. So if we haven't heard anything about them fixing said thing, then it's because they're not going to do it in that patch. But they did mention at BlizzCon that they will, you know, target bugs at some point throughout the season, but they will let you know before they do. So ball lightning will get fixed, and so will the boss will, and so forth. I actually honestly hope they do that before the Zero thing comes out, because we don't, you know, it'll be you give us proper end, or you give us some sort of end game that's supposed to be like challenging and hard, and then you have, you know, bugged setups basically just bonking those things. Grow Gaming said, honestly, the to Bulls and combination online made for Rapid Fire Shine. Yeah, but you also make everything else pointless to play and do. That's the problem with bugs, or part of the problem with bugs. You have everyone doing that one thing, and that's it. Like right now on Wizard or Sorcerer, how many sorcerers do you see not playing Ball Lightning? right? Dark, appreciate the sub. And like, don't say I saw that one Sork the other day, like, you know, a week and a half ago that threw some flame walls on the ground. That one Sork at level 46 who just don't know that ball lightning is that good yet, right? That doesn't count. You know, we're talking about, have you, like, you know, have you seen a ton of Sork not running around, you know, you know, you know, Crypt of Flame Sork. There we go. There is that exact example I just used. That one guy, right? I know Crypt of Flame Sork. But it's like he's one in like how many Sork players, right? Point being is that like when something is bugged like that and it's way stronger than a lot of other setups, then the majority of the players are going to gravitate to that, and then they're going to say this game is boring after like a week and a half of playing something extremely broken, and wonder why there's nothing challenging or no other good builds, quote unquote, right? And that's a problem with bug builds. Because people go, well, you know, Blizzard can't make challenging content, and you know this game is too easy, but you're playing ball lightning. Of course the game is easy. I mean, what do you expect when you're playing an obviously bugged build, right? So you have no content for yourself. You just basically destroy the game and kind of pretty much like speed run your experience through the game. And now you don't want to play any other builds because they're not nearly as strong as ball lightning, right? So that's kind of the thing. To Boss Will is in that same category where it's like, you know, sure, I could just, you know, pick up, you know, run with to Boss Will and combo points and stuff like that. But now I'm pigeonholed into playing that way. And I'm already pigeonholed into playing close quarters combat, but now I'm much more so if I use those pins with that, you know, ability. So it's like that isn't good for the game. It's good for fun factor for about a week, but it definitely ain't it's definitely not good for the game, right? So I'm not denying that it ain't fun. I'm not denying that you walking up to a boss and it dies in like 0.5 seconds to your ball lightning ain't fun, or it ain't cool to just watch that kind of like, you know, ridiculous amount of power, right? But you're gonna get bored of it real quick, you know, because there's no challenge for you, and you're not gonna play a different build because why? Why play something weaker, much weaker than ball lightning on Sork when you can just, well, play ball lightning? So right. So that's all I'm saying. You know, but I advocate for bugs on like every build. That includes my own class. Like to Boss Will, I mean, that directly affects what I do because I do come up points all the time. So it's a massive buff to the way I play. And I still report the bug and I still say, hey, please fix. You know, I am not biased when it comes to stuff like that. But I do think that when they do fix it though, let me be clear though. I do think that when Blizzard does fix, you know, go around and they do fix bugs and stuff, that they should find a way to bring back some of that power in the set build that might be underperforming after the bug is fixed. You know, like for instance, ball lightning is not really that good. I mean, it'll get the job done, don't get me wrong, but it's gonna feel pretty bad once the bug is fixed, comparatively, relatively to what it was. So I think if Blizzard brought back some of that power after fixing the bugs, I think that would be the way to go. And them fixing to Boss Will, same thing on the Rogue, you know, bring back some of that power elsewhere, because even with to Boss Will, like rogues are still weaker than Sork and barbarians and necromancers, even with the pants. All right. So bring, you know, give us a, you know, a little bit of you know, tune up in places or whatever when you do fix the pants. You know what I mean? Like, do that. What is even the ball lightning bug? I doubt if I'm even using it. You'll know. You'll know if you are. My build won't change when they fix the bugs. Yeah, mine won't either. Well, I just stopped using the pants altogether, so my that was kind of it. I went the whole temerity route now. And I actually prefer it over Tobalt's Will anyway. So even when Tobalt's Will get fixed, I probably still not gonna use the pants anymore. Hoda is 10 times faster than Ball of a. Well, that's and that's because Overpower was overtuned. I don't think there's any actual bugs related with Barbarian right now. It's just that Overpower is just ridiculous, and they just overtuned it, and that's the results of them overtuning. So Barbs aren't doing anything wrong other than just play with the toys they were given. There's no like shenanigans behind the scenes going on. At least not that I'm aware of at the moment. That's just the Blizzard's like, oh, we definitely didn't take into account, this type of calculation with this calculation. The Barb's doing X, Y, Z. Whereas, Tobalt's Will is just a straight up bug. It's like, oops, that wasn't supposed to happen. Period. Right. Ball lightning, same thing. So all I know is you watch YouTube build guide with my sword, and I'm doing good and it's fun for my first time playing Diablo. It really help you. Oh yeah, I'm not. Don't get me wrong. I'm not demonizing people who play the build. I'm not. I mean, nothing. I'm not saying people shouldn't or whatnot, right? And some people don't even know. Like some people who are like the guy who mentioned brand new, the game may not know unless the content creator says, oh, by the way, this is bugged, right? But it's just kind of is what it is right now. But I prefer not to play anything bugged if I like solo or just doing normal farming stuff if I can help it. What are your top 3 rogue builds? I mean, you got twisting poison twisting blades, but that's kind of bugged still too. Are you talking about with bugs or without bugs? Because the answer changes a little bit. Without bugs. All right, so that includes Blade Dancer. Okay, or Poison Blade Dancer. In no order, Twisting Blades will still be in there as a top 3, even without the bug. Twisting Blades, Barrage, Rapid Fire would be the 3. Flurry Pin Shot, even with the dual, like Rapid Fire, Flurry Rapid Fire or Pin Shot Rapid Fire kind of thing. Those are nice too, but the fact that they require two core skills to do what Barrage and Twisting Blaze and to a lesser extent Rapid Fire can do, kind of makes them a little weaker in my opinion. But rogues are generally pretty balanced in terms of like the core skills. When you don't include any bugs at all whatsoever, all the core skills are pretty well balanced, with Flurry kind of being slightly on the lower end, slightly. I mean very slight. Also Pen Shot in some situations. But yeah, I think the balance between the skills or the builds and rogues are very close. closer than, let's say, the other classes for sure. That's a nice dagger. Very nice dagger, actually. Hold on to that. I found some okay gear though, but no, but I haven't found anything. Oh, it's a TP. Okay, I'm sorry. Kind of disagree with Flurry Bomberry buys. Well, that's relative, right? I think relative to the others, because I think it's sometimes it can be hard to justify playing Flurry over, like, let's say Twisting Blaze sometimes, but Flurry just feels Flurry feels so good. It's so nimble. It's so quick, so fast. So I think for pure farming, like Flurry can keep up for sure, because it's just you're doing the damage faster than the other core skills generally. When you're talking about like the harder content, it's kind of where you feel the advantages for Flurry kind of like wane a little bit. I love Flurry. I absolutely love playing Flurry. Do you think they will make Rapid Fire viable once they fix the builds? I really enjoy the skill. I mean, Rapid Fire is so. I don't think there's anything wrong with per se Rapid Fire as it is the key passives. I think Rapid Fire as a skill is okay. Like it's fine. It's fine where it's at and what it does. I think the key passives are the problem right now, not the skill. I think close quarters combat being practically almost necessary this patch to even feel like you're doing anything is the problem. Because let's say Victimize, let's say Victimize was like considerably better, right? Then Rapid Fire would be a lot better. Like it would naturally just become better because Victimize is better, and Victimize would help something like Rapid Fire clear better in general while giving it really good single target damage still, right? So like the problem I don't think is really with Rapid Fire. The problem is definitely, in my opinion, with the key passives. Not doing their job, not being good enough to do their job, right? Precision, same thing. It's not good enough to do his job. Making quite a few even like bow rogue skills just not perform the way that we would have liked for them to. A lot of people gatekeep. That's unfortunate. Boiler, what's going on, man? What's happening? Almost didn't even see you there, man. You almost got scrolled out of the chat thing. Yeah, but I think Rapid Fire in general is a viable skill. Just in order to really see its to really see what it can really do, it needs to be paired with the correct key passives that unfortunately right now are just not good enough. So it just makes it seem like it's just bad, but it's not. Does that make sense? Am I making sense with that? You think the new dungeons will actually be hard in actual new team comps and groups? Well, they're not going to be so hard where you have to team up. No. Like teaming up isn't going to help you clear them better, or in a much better way. Like they're designed for you to do them solo or in a group. So I don't think it really matters whether you try to solo or in a group. But yeah, I think what I said about Rapid Fire is pretty accurate. I think if Azario wants to give his input, because he plays a lot of Rapid Fire, I'm sure he probably would say something similar along the lines, maybe a little bit more than what I did when it comes to that. What's your opinion on Adam Jackson and Woody's interview when he said they actually made TV more intuitive to play to casuals? I I was there. I heard it while I was on stream. Like I was listening to the interview while I was streaming there. That makes sense. As in, you know, and you could tell even Woody was like, yeah, I didn't really too much like the Blade Dancer aspect. You know, I like how it was before, and I was 100% with Woody on that one. I'm like, yep, I absolutely agree. But yes, but the fact that Adam Jackson like acknowledged that it changed the way Twisting Blades was end up being played from being a very skillful skill to probably one of the easiest builds to play relative because of the Blade Dancer aspect, or the way that they changed it. I think they got I think they went from one extreme to the other. I don't think they figured people would just play it as a tank and spank type ordeal, but they also wanted to make it easier to, in case you don't play with the returning blades, that you have backup damage with the blade dancers or whatever like that. So like that's kind of where I'm at, with that too. But yeah, I will tell you this much, Jigsaw. From what I heard from Woody, he says those jungers are really hard. Like they can get extremely hard. So Woody and Macro both said the same thing. I didn't get a chance to play the new dungeons, but they did. They can't say more than that though, but that was about it. At 73, I have 4 power 925 items. Will I ever want to replace those with anything other than a better outfitted 927 item? I mean, if they have the right stats on it. I mean, 925 isn't really that important if it's like on the off piece of armor, I guess you could say, for like a better word. I mean, it matters a lot on weapons for sure. Past that, it's really debatable. It's just more armor mostly. So I mean, you can go for it, but as long as it has the right stats, you're not gonna replace it. But ring with damage through crowd control to max life and crit chance. So I want it. I'm good. My rings are actually pretty good right now. What is TB? Twisting Blades. This guy helped beating Fallen Temple. Now I'm scared to play Terra Torment. I think you'd be right. Do you think they will? Oh, no, you've already. Okay, never mind. I already answered that already. Maybe trickery will help in a lot of the dungeons. It will. It will. But the thing about it is that I think, like, in a typical rogue build, I'm gonna say typical rogue build. Let me phrase that. It's easy to kind of add some nice crowd control to a rogue build. You don't necessarily need a taunt to do that. Like if I throw a smoke grenade, I generally have enough to take care of the pack of elites that are there, generally speaking, if I do it right. It's not easy, but if I do it right, I could. Same thing with like a poison trap or something like that. Don't get me wrong, the taunt is way bigger and it lasts a little bit longer for sure. But it's like I don't need, I don't say need, but there's not a need where we had zero crowd control, and then we get into something where we actually have crowd control. Like, so the difference won't be large for players already using crowd controlled abilities, kind of thing. But it might be large for someone who isn't, or would like an easier time fighting against like 3 or 4 elites at once. The taunt would be godlike for that for sure. So I don't really know where I really stand with that taunt thing, to be honest with you. I'm not really excited about it, but I don't think it's useless, but I'm not like it just depends on the build, honestly. I already used smoke grenade, so I mean I'd be able to proc it anyway if I was just to slip on a ring for a good number of my specs. But yeah. Raz, what's going on? What's the lowest APM rogue build? TB is too much. Rogue build and low APM. That is, yeah. Random arrows, rapid fire, probably. I'd almost say physical TB as well. Like physical twisting blades is actually pretty low APM if you just want to stand in one spot and spam. But rogues in general is just pretty high APM class in general. Like if you're playing rogue, you know, expect to use all your buttons most likely, for most builds, that is. You know what's funny? So I saw Crip. I met Crip in person. Crip or Criparian, for those who may not know, that's the short name of it. Yeah, so I met Crip in person. And the person I thought he was with was like, you know, because he was with this lady or whatever like that. So I thought maybe that was his girlfriend or whatever like that. But it was actually his manager. So I'm like, oh yeah, that is right. You're legit that big. I forgot that you, you have your business manager with you. You know, try with your business manager. Makes sense. It's Crip, right? And it's funny because like we were talking and whatnot, and he's like, oh, you write rogue builds for Maxroll. And I was like, yeah. And he was like, oh, I don't follow any of the builds on like rogue builds. I think rogue is just way too many buttons. That's what he said. He was just like, yeah, rogue is just too many buttons. I don't play rogue for that reason. And I was like, okay. Well, yeah. Yeah. He's not wrong. Definitely not wrong. Don't tell these people about StarCraft. Well, I mean, to be fair though, like StarCraft is definitely an extreme, right? It is definitely on the other end of the spectrum. So I get it. I mean, I get it for sure. One thing I absolutely hated about rapid fire is trying to read the damage resistance or it's out of the crowds. It can be a bit rough to do, yeah, sure. And hoping the ricochet actually hits where you want it to. But I guess my gripe about rapid fire is just the animation, man. Sure, you can roll out of it, but it almost forces you to have to play that way. You know, like what if you want to do like Penitent Greaves or something instead, right? The animation is just so long. So like stutter stepping with rapid fire is just feels very clunky without rolling out of it, and that means you only have one boot option, and that kind of feels a bit awful. Biggest offender is suppressors. Well, that's the biggest offenders for any bow rogue build. Period. Suppressors. So annoying. Yeah, but if the dungeons are gonna be much harder, what your thoughts are right now, and T100 probably not. Well, I mean, animation is also kind of bugging out if spam too many rapid fires. I never noticed that actually. Then again, I usually do combo point rapid fire generally, so maybe that's probably why. But yeah, I've never experienced that. Speaking of which, I do want to go back and try some inner sight or preparation rapid fire.
I can break that down.
Just for something else to do.
Don't ruin all that work.
You can cancel rapid fire animation by evading. Well, that's what I was saying. Like, the point is that like. The point is that I don't want to rely on that in order to have some sort of movement with rapid fire. I do feel like we're stuck in the animation for too long. It looks great visually. It makes sense visually that we're in the animation for that long. But like in like reality, it just doesn't feel good. You know, and I don't want to be forced to wear cooldown, you know, on attack boots, just to be able to run rapid fire and it feel good, because like then you're limiting your options simply because you chose to play a specific core skill. And I think that's really not. I don't think it should be as what do you call it, like almost mandatory. Because like playing let's say for instance like playing like inner sight barrage versus inner sight rapid fire feels so different. Count boost unique. Yeah, I haven't got anything yet. Me neither. Yeah. I got a boss will, a max one. We'll hold on to it. Just the inner sight unique was good. I wish it did a better job at doing what it you know, of like what it did. Like reading it made it look like it was going to be extremely good, right? Like you looked at it and you're just like, oh man, there's no reason why this ain't gonna be good. And then you play it and you're just like, oh yeah, about that. Man, you know, there's some hidden, you know, mechanics that kept it from being great. That obviously wasn't mentioned on the armor, but yeah, we'll kind of leave it at that. Because it locks you out, can't move, and I have to unhold my move button to move again. I don't know if it's that or if it's just that the fact that rapid fire just has a long animation and you're trying to move before the animation is done. It feels different than like than any other like core skill. You have to, you know, it I feel like it's the stuff that's hard enough in these new 25 dungeons that people actually want to group to synergize things together. I feel like that's one part of the game that hasn't been explored much, group play. I think I don't disagree with that notion, but I also do think that Blizzard wants to be careful with making such a, you know, like content become you know, where something is required, whereas like at this point, you know, it's required for you to do it in groups. So like now you're really getting into like the MMO territory where people actually have roles or whatnot, and you know, you're building into support. Diablo 3 did a lot of that, and whatnot. So while I get the sentiment, I think it's a very fine line for them to kind of cross with that. For them. It'll be difficult for them to implement that, something like that, and then group not be required at the same time. Well, knowing how we find out things, right? How the player base just finds out things. They're giving us more cow level clues. I honestly haven't been paying attention to cow level stuff at all, to be 100% honest with you.
How can I help?
Are Altar Lilies worth it? Oh, absolutely, yeah, they are. You only have to find them once though. But yeah, they're absolutely worth it. Yes, get them all if you have not already.
There's that.
Zarya, I think that might end up being the thing anyways. I think that might naturally end up happening because it might be to a point where people just can't survive or have a very hard time surviving solo, and then of course with the group buffs, maybe you know, you'll be able to have a you know, enough toughness to kind of get through it, whereas solo is like, you know, it would be a you know, you'll kill him faster solo, but you surviving would be a bit harder. But I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to what you're saying as long as the rewards are no different. If let's say 21 to 25 gets better rewards, and they're gonna be like more so designed for skillful group play, then the rewards will need to be no different than 1 through 20. Only so therefore people are not required or feel required to have to go after them, because you can only get them at that level of, you know, whatchamacallit. If there are any rewards. I don't even know what the rewards are for doing that. I don't even know they even said that, what the rewards are. Did they even mention that? And the fact that it's only a seasonal content too as well, that they said they might bring back if they like it. It's kind of interesting. We'll see what they really do with that. I think it's just a glyph that can upgrade more based on the level you get to. Oh, okay. I mean, that's fine. I think that's fine. Speaking of which, yeah, you're gonna have to use that glyph is gonna be necessary for you to do those the higher whatchamacallit. So just, I think it's pretty much everyone be prepared to level the crap out of that glyph, because you're not gonna have enough power otherwise to really do the high levels, unless maybe you're a barb or a ball lightning sword. They can probably get away with not having that. Maybe. Insane glyph is literally best in slot for raw. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah. Good thing for Rogue though is that most glyphs are pretty generic. So it's just basically giving up a generic glyph for a better glyph. Like there are no like, you know, glyph that you. I'm saying no, but most glyphs are not like I have to have this, otherwise the build doesn't work. Kind of glyphs. It's just mostly just more damage. So giving up a glyph for Rogue is easy. It's just a matter of which one do you feel like giving up. Oh, yeah, getting the world boss. Okay. Let me know when y'all get there. This port. Like some of you guys are already there already now. When is Abattoir coming? The first week of December? Not sure. Well, I mean, I am sure. It's definitely like, I think it is the first week of December. I just gotta make sure that my seasonal journey is done by then. PvP seasonal journey thing. The hatred is chosen. How far from my the completed seasonal journey am I? I have no idea. I don't even keep up with it. That's how bad I am with it. There's a lot of lag.
My bags are full. Thanks. Goodbye.
Flawless Ruby. Got a nice mount. Bunch of bullies taking the giants demon launch box. It's the ball lightning that causes the lag. Oh. Yeah, I've been playing around with your barrage build. I also changed a few things around on it, and it's going as well. Oh man, glad you're enjoying it. I got more. I got more coming. I'm gonna wait before I update the Maxroll guide until tomorrow. We got the unique ring, which I may or may not include in it. To be honest with you, I want to say no initially, but I want to make sure that it, you know, I test it again and make sure that it's actually, you know, what it is. Maybe there might be some hidden stuff we don't know. So I'm not gonna jump the gun, but I'm not excited about it either. So we'll see. All right, man. You have a good one. It's been a while since I've been trolled with the unique helm. I at least want to see it on the ground and be like, could that be it? Could that be it?
You can still use these. Don't ruin all that work.
Needs to be double drop, otherwise I don't get a side hit anymore. What does a double drop do? Is it just like a placebo thing, or is there like a merit to a double drop? Okay. Oh, Ubers drop when W need. Ah, I see. Okay. I see. Okay. TPing. Oh, well, I learned something new. I had like a couple of double drops, but they were like Starless Skies. But Starless, yeah, I mean, yeah. At the very least, I'm getting like some like high level, some 925 spare weapons to try some stuff on for some different builds or whatever. So I don't have to sit there and like override good aspects on good weapons for testing things out. So at the very least, that's what these runs are, you know, allowing me to. Like this one is actually kind of okay. It's a test one. This one's good for a test one, yeah. Not a bad helm either. And it's more armor. Oh, 4% flicker step. Don't have that.
Don't ruin all that work.
Get more excited when you see rare crossbows than you do when you see a helm. How does the DPS dummy work? Meaning, does it give you DPS total after a few seconds? No. It's just literally just a punching bag. That's it. It is a punching bag that cannot die. I got a God Slayer.
My bags are full.
Just die from drops look awful. Get over 220 Duriels, no Ubers. You quit the game yesterday. We'll see you in about a week or so. We'll see you again. Or in the future patch. We'll see you either tomorrow actually, or a one of the future patches with Zir and all that. Although that is really annoying though. I'm not gonna lie, but I mean, unfortunately, look, you know, RNG is RNG. I'm in the same boat, man. I don't have any useful Uber uniques either. I found the worst possible one that the rogue can get, and that's the Starless guys, which has 0 use on the rogue. That's it. Problem is not the RNG only. Yeah, I'm just oh, keep going if you got 5 more. I mean, ain't no reason not to. Obtaining with RNG plus time events for materials. Yeah, so I mean, still is pretty awful right now. That feels pretty bad. They acknowledged it though, so Either you can wait for them to fix it, or you can, well, quit like you did. I'm not but yeah, I mean, they, at the very minimum, they have acknowledged that and said that says something is coming. Whatever that something is, and when, we don't know. Miss DMX as an artist feels bad, man. Asked for how he went out. Yeah, I agree. Dude was really talented. Yeah, dude. Our luck has been bad tonight, man. None of us has seen like a single like Uber. I think only Grandfather and Shackle are like truly Uber. Doombringer is too. Should have held ties like harvest, relocate every hour. I don't know about reload. Actually, to be honest with you, I just really feel like they should just give you more steel. I don't necessarily feel like Helltire has to always be up, but more so the fact of the matter is that like they're really stingy about the steel. Very. And the fact that it costs as many cinders as it does. They could lower the cost of the, you know, steel chest, and they can also give you more steel. Because like the bottleneck is quite extreme compared to getting other maps in the game. So far in D4, I have no clue what damage I do since the screen is filled with so much stuff. Yeah, in that case, you're gonna have to just like, I'm gonna say pace yourself, but I mean, choose one target dummy. Make sure like don't choose like 5 because you're gonna see a lot of different damages. Just choose one target dummy for the most part. And if you're playing something like Ball Lightning, I mean, you're gonna see a ton of ticks. So you mean you have to kind of just take a look at the numbers as you see them. Some builds is just like, it's just like a bop. You see a bop, you see the damage, you're like good. But yeah. No, AKA Barb, right? All right, chat. We have room for one. First person to say I want to play gets in. Oh, crazy boy. All right. He's the winner. He was first. Dutch Flyer, you were just a tad late. Same thing when Nightwolf. All right. Let's see. All right. Request sent. Once you accept, request invite. Not only out there a massive muscle out of veil crisis, I can't even convert materials like D3. Why does this game try to reinvent the wheel? On some of those things, I definitely do feel you on. I guess that's also too the reason why Blizzard is very careful about wanting to crazy TP on Khaled. I guess that's the reason why they didn't want to make Uber Uniques like mandatory. Like, you know, like where it's like, you know, your build won't function without it. It's because of like dumb luck like that. You know, whereas like somebody can sit there and do it 3 times and get a grandfather, and then someone else can do it 300 times and not see anything. You know, it's just kind of just is what it is, unfortunately. But that's action RPGs for you, right? Like, you know, you go in, you know, playing, I guess, with that in mind, like knowing that in mind. Mr. Uber needs came from Astral Challenge content at the moment. It's just straight up easy, grind easy mode. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, that definitely, in my opinion, that has a lot more to do with, you know, paying homage to Diablo 2 than anything else. That's exactly what it was in D2. So what's a very quick way to satisfy the people who you know, wish the game was more like D2, the end game was more like D2, is to create content like this. Right? So whether one likes it or not, you know, I guess it was effective. The method was effective. Keep that one because I think I do want some Twisting Blaze action at some point. Overpower damage. No, we'll hold on to that. The ball lightning bug is just does more damage to me. It doesn't need to be doing any more than the druid build I was using last season. Only thing I noticed is they do way more damage because I get multiple bat faster, which is coming off a seasonal bug. It definitely is a bug. If you're geared correctly with the right aspects, you'll know. It's hard to not. Nothing Druid really does comes close to that. Well, let me phrase it, not comes close to that. Pulverized Druid, it's got some off for sure, but I don't think anything on Druid beats a ball lightning. Or you know, I think Boiler's in chat. If he is, he can probably tell me, but I don't see it. Although I could be wrong. Pod GG, what's going on, man? How am I doing tonight? Pretty well. Just for the most part, chilling, doing some duo runs. Good. Griffey said you just got your shackle. For real, for real. If so, man, congrats. I got a helm. What is it? Ghastlayer. Good job, Griffey, though, man. Congrats on the Shaco. Eventually, I'll say maybe season 4 or season 5. I'll get a Shaco to drop probably. Expansion. It'll happen in expansion. Or worse, it'll happen when D5 comes out. I'm like, dang. Finally. Like, I'm done with D4. You got it in 48 runs. Dang. That's a good ratio, man. We'll get the Fable World Tier 5. Yeah, for sure. Maybe interested. Switch mains to the new class and we'll get some small type of group raids. Yeah. You would look like a genius. A lot of that actually kind of comes from like the league though, right? I hate you with all my heart. Yeah. I'm on the same level as you, man. Suppose people actually count their runs. I have no idea how many runs I've done so far. Pretty sure I had to be somewhere probably in like the low 100s range. You stop counting after 300. Just want to see someone get it, but I want. Yeah, same, man. Our luck has been so bad. It's probably my fault. I had the anti-stream luck. I had the anti-streamer buff. I have the streamer debuff. It's probably all my fault.
You can still use these.
Well, I can only imagine how my bills would feel with the Shaco though, man. That's just a nuts upgrade. You don't like it? Kuna Matata. You bought with 30k health. Yeah, that's the power of Doombringer. Gonna push Shackle, yeah. Oh, I got a Brimstone mount. I drop. I already got that one though, but not. No. The mount sick, is it? Okay.
That looks worn. I can fix it.
Love this song, by the way.
I can break that down.
Meantime, meeting starting, get up with drops. Yeah, we this is the last one, all right. We must do an emote. Okay, for good luck. All right, which one? Until Amelia, you was anti Lil Wayne, really? I was a big fan of like his older stuff. Like when he, I mean, he's been good throughout, basically. I wasn't a fan of the auto tune era, but you know, but wait, hold up. I got you. Okay, so what emote are we doing? We're doing cheer
Well done.
or let's see what we got. Thanks, help, cheer, bye, hello. The dagger tap for oh, the taunt.
There are so many ways I can kill you.
Oh, that. Wait a minute. Do I even have that? Or I don't even know how to do that. Hold on. Let me go to an empty one. There it is. Okay. Hold on. All right. All right. I found it. I found it. There it is. I didn't even know I had that. All right, guys. We're ready. We're ready.
More time.
Amulet. Double unique. All right. What'd you get? Ambient boots. Oh. Quicker step. Hashtag never lucky. Oh, thanks for the runs, though. For sure. Sad that none of us got anything, but it's all right. Never know until you try. But yeah, man, no problem. Sorry you didn't get anything. Messages. I'm gonna go off and that's what the casino tells. That's what casino tells you. For sure, that's how RNG works. Yeah. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go theorycraft a bit. Try a couple of things out. I'm pretty much sure that whatever I'm theorycrafting is probably gonna end up failing, but it's okay. I say failing. Failing's right. But turned out to not be what I'm hoping it could be. Are going to do some fast nightmare dungeons for legend glyphs. I'm actually about to do some theory crafting. I'm not doing nightmare dungeons for a bit. I gotta put whatever it is, this build I'm trying to do together. So try the dumb X5 poison setup with range stuff. Nah, I haven't. Be eh, I've seen it with is it really? Like how well, yeah, it wouldn't be with good as TB because of course the whole well yeah, but yeah. Like how good is it with rapid fire though? Is it decent enough AoE to even consider? Do you think you would have done just as well without a dumb? Because I don't, because you do sacrifice quite a bit, right, to make that work. Okay, that was my thought. I think that was my initial thought. Was like that seemed like that'd be pretty nice for some additional AOE, but the amount of things you have to give up to make it happen may or may not be worth the trade off. Whereas like for TB is definitely worth the trade off, right? Because freaking Blade Dancer, but that's a whole nother story, right? The taunt thing was pretty good at the end. It lasted for 5 seconds and didn't have health, so it was a 5 second like tank. Well, I mean, yeah, it's the cooldown I don't really too much care about, the internal cooldown, and the fact that the ring itself is just plain. It doesn't give you anything. But in terms of like setting things up, like being able to like gather things into one or whatever, it's really nice. Like I actually think if Victimize was actually like better, then the taunt ring will actually do really well for something like, let's say, like rapid fire or something. Because then Victimize can really get value, with something like that. But yeah, we'll see. Like I mean, I like I said, I'm kind of meh about it. But GG's Zarya. At some point, maybe not like soon, but at some point I would love to do like a 4 rogue thing, like just literally a party of our rogues and group and do something either cool or challenging or something like that. Maybe versus Zir or something whenever that comes out. And come up with like a 4-man rogue like party and like see if we can make some cool synergies happen somehow. Range rogues only for X. Imagine trying to imagine 4 rogues with like trickery and just like, you know, timing each trickery, each subterfuge skill. So therefore something's always taunted. Because it doesn't have it doesn't have a it's not like a hard CC where they can get well, no, I don't think they ever ignored the trickery heart. Like I think you can continue to do it. I wonder if you can just like literally perma taunt with 4 rogues. How I feel about the new ring. I was just talking about it. I'm kind of mad about it. I think the taunt is. I mean, the taunt itself is good. I think the adding an eternal cooldown. I don't think was a good idea in my opinion. That kind of makes it to where you don't really have the synergies with your skills to be able to proc said whatever after already having to kind of slot it into your build, which most builds probably don't have smoke grenade or poison trap. Some do, not all. Just and the ring stats are very well normal. There's nothing unique about the ring stats, so kind of just meh about it to be honest. But I'm gonna reserve my thoughts until I actually play with it again. Is it only really applicable in death trap builds? No, I mean I think any build can technically make use of it because it's really just all it really does for you, like you know, is just like you want to use it versus elites, and then you taunt them all to one area. Hopefully, you know the shadow explosion in the area, chain explosions will blow up everything in that area that you taunted or whatever, and it also keeps you safe because if they're taunted, they're not attacking you. That's the biggest. That's the biggest benefit, really. So I mean, any build can technically take advantage of it. Some builds will do better with it than others, but every build can technically use it. Whether it's worth losing a ring slot for it, that is the ultimate question. I don't have any definitive answers to sit there and say, oh yeah, for sure or whatnot, because it's hard to base what we did in season 1 and what we're doing in season 2 as like the same thing. You know what I mean? So and maybe there might be some hidden things in that ring that didn't happen in season 1, but will happen in season 2 in terms of the unique effect. We don't know. So it's hard. It's hard to give a definitive, but on the surface, it's not exciting. I put it that way. It's just kind of meh, in my opinion. Be right back. All right, fam. All right. Experiment time. I've already done something like this already before, so it's just a matter of well, trying it again. Except now I have considerably better gear than when I first tried it. So I guess we'll see how this really goes. We're gonna have to use a bow this time, so yeah, so we'll pull out this damage damage over time skill, ultimate skill, whatever. Do I have a bow that's already been like, dexterity, crit, and imbue? Yeah. Critical strike, damage, and imbue skill. Ruins that a little bit for me. This is actually good though. Very good actually. I've already printed stuff on that. We're gonna do it anyway though. Because there's only one reason to use a bow anyway, and that's if I'm doing anything rapid fire related. Well, pen shot too, I guess, but I'm already kind of going out on a limb for using the bow in the first place, but I kind of want to do it. Okay, so we got that already. You know what? There is some things I want to actually do in a test though. Oh, let me claim my Tree of Whispers reward. Bloodmaster, what's going on, man? Good to see you, bro. How's it going? How's it hanging? It's a shame that Rogue doesn't have multi-shot. Yeah, Barrage is the closest thing to it. I really feel like they could have really made Barrage and Rapid Fire a bit more different from each other. There's quite a bit of overlap between the two. Would have been nice if they really made them different.
My bags are full.
Like Pin Shot is kind of like the Rapid Fire to bulk condemnation comma point bug equals multi-shot. Dude, Rapid Fire benefits the most from that. It's insane. It really does. Like it really makes Rapid Fire freaking godlike. I do sincerely do hope that all the bugged stuff gets fixed before Lord Zero comes to play. Because really, it's really gonna be Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even see Zario's thing. Hold on. My fault. Yeah, I can come to the training area.
You wanderer. I know.
It's actually procking quite a bit. Yeah, it's not bad. You said this is without Tabos, now watch with Tabos will. Oh boy. I like how they test W's drink a potion. That's just insane. To boss will. Yeah, that is definitely not bad at all. Well, really good with the bolts, obviously, as you would expect. It's still a bug, yeah. They haven't mentioned it in any of the patches. They talked about it over the BlizzCon, like the devs interviews. They talked about what they're gonna do with those things eventually. Yeah, but that's not bad though. That's actually definitely decent. My turn, hit the dummy. I actually already started taking off stuff. So what is that to compare it to? This wasn't supposed to be a comparison. He doesn't have the right stats for his stuff. I just took out like a couple of pieces of my gear, so I've already nerfed myself a little bit. Not to mention you can't even see his damage numbers. Here's your normal build. It's gonna be way worse. Actually, no. Actually, I do have my. Okay, no, I still do have my weapon still. Do you feel that 30% crit damage is multiplicative? Aaron Spears passed away. Actually, I did not hear about that. Actually, that's awful to hear. I wasn't on my elemental cycle. Oops. If I would have started with my right cycle, I think I could have got a bigger chunk towards the beginning, but I just I just jumped in without even thinking about it. There we go. Dude, my stagger damage is actually ridiculous. Or my stagger itself. This is without barrage, without the what do you call it? Branching volleys. let me give it a go. That's that a single target or never mind. You go. You can go again. Sorry. My drinking Mountain Dew. I'll go. Let me wait for the cycles to happen again. And
I'm low on energy.
I'm out of resource.
I need more energy.
Yeah, I ran I ran out of resource like midway. Definitely not spec to do that. Let me see. To put points into innovation. Or points into innovation there. You know, it's funny. I don't think I can get rapid fire to hit like the big numbers that I do with barrage. Let me actually like showcase that. For whatever strange reason, crap. Let me throw this grasp of shadow on real quick. I guess drop the power. Wait, what am I missing? A chalice. Yes, I don't need resilience. Wait, what do I have on that I don't need? This is a curse touch. I don't really need that. Technically, I don't need that for this demonstration. Most of my damage comes from the mob CC. That is very true. Alright, so we're gonna do this with Moonrise. Alright, so I'm gonna do it with Barrage first, and then I'm gonna do Rapid Fire shortly afterwards. I won't change a thing. Like I'll leave everything else I have together. I'll wait in a second. About range, you mean Rain Avenge? Alright, let me switch up. Let me swap out to Rapid Fire real quick. I don't have the right boost for it though. We'll see if I could try to make it work. I don't think it'd be a fair test because I don't have the boots. Oh, that actually was pretty good. This is temerity. Temerity conceded with the elements. I got like almost straight damage everywhere on this. But I'm I meant to ask you, Zaria, did you get a chance to test out the 30% crit damage modifier on rapid fire and test and see if that's an actual multiplier or is it additive? I haven't done it yet, so. It does have an X next to the text, I believe, unless they changed it. Yeah, it's an X. But last patch or the last 2 patches for some reason has been a little bit weird.
I'm not ready.
Yeah, so but it's also seemed more than additive, so I don't know. Because I'm thinking about dropping it, honestly. And the reason why I say that is because I might, depending on how I'm playing, I might think that the if I can fit in Penitent Greaves, I think that might be a better buff, quote unquote, than the whatchamacallit, and then I can probably drop some like resource stuff because I'll be able to get resource back pretty easily. That's kind of a thought I had. Because it's like easy to get some crowd control with Penitent Greaves or like that to proc control and all that stuff like that. Moving around. It's a training room? Yes. It is. If I have resource to choose, I generally don't with Barrage unless I'm fighting a boss. Then again, I think Barrage is more expensive. Yeah, Barrage is more expensive than Rapid Fire. By a little bit, but that little bit matters over time. Yeah, but it's enough for me to like slot Edge Masters on like a regular thing now instead of like a amulet or a weapon, just because it's like, you know, it drops, so it's a little less consistent of a damage buff when you're not at max. At least when I'm not at max. I'm gonna say not you, but me personally when I'm not at max. But cool, man. I think I might have to get poison a chance. I'm gonna try. Oh, that's whatchamacallit. You're using is that Frostburns? That's actually not bad. Oh, is that Frostburns with you're using whatchamacallit with it, the other aspect with it? Shared misery. Do I have a Frostburns? Did I save one? I may or may not have saved one. Testing or anything. This conviction development's worth it. No bills on Maxroll showing them on rogues. That's because we haven't because it just became good like Tuesday. The patch on Tuesday made them multiplicative, whereas it was additive beforehand. That's why. And since it came out on Tuesday, all the rogues on Maxroll were at BlizzCon on Wednesday. So I just got back yesterday. So we haven't had a chance to update any of my build guys with that information. But don't worry, it will be on there. Can we see the new unique bow? Which new unique bow? Come on, Eagle Horn. Eagle Horn is terrible. Yeah. That's a how. What's the duration of that freeze? Because they doesn't it give you like a longer duration for freeze too as well, the frostburn. I wasn't like paying attention. Like if you can let them reset the CC resist. 2 seconds. Might have to go find me a frostburn, man. Cause like when they're frozen, man, that's a pretty big DPS bump. Cause not only that, are they're crowd, cause when they're frozen. Well, actually, if they're frozen, are they also automatically chilled, or can you also chill them? Like if they're frozen, are they chilled too? Yo, am I a celeb? I am not a celeb. Jason George in real life, though. Okay, so if they're chilled as well, then you're getting. Okay, yeah. That actually, yeah. Frozen automatically counts chill. Yeah. So yeah, that's bigger than it looks like on the surface. That's a bigger deal than what it looks like on the surface, but. Do you want me to just kind of chill in the back? Oh, that's a long time. That is a long time. That's a long time. I still got on rapid fire. I guess I can hold on to rapid fire. It's a very good group item to have for sure. At the very minimum. Oof, did not see that. The explosion got me. Let me switch to barrage real quick. Just because I'm like, got the boots for it. All right. We shot ourselves to the same target. It's been a very long time since I played like in a group in the Nightmare Dungeon before. How many have I come across any Ubers? No. No, I have not been lucky at all. Not worried about it though. I mean, it'd be nice to get it, but like, you know, my bills and stuff still work without it. So it'll just make me stronger, which would be nice to have, but when it happens, it happens. If not, you know.
Need more time. I'm not ready.
The old Sakharum church is supposed to be empty, but I heard that it's haunted. Splitting open my wounds. Call them the Mark. I must release them. That's how the place leaks. The seawater and rot. You don't drown in it. Fills my head.
Initial thoughts on the ring? I kind of feel meh about it. It's the taunt is not bad at all. Like the taunt itself is good. Having the cooldown on it though kind of really makes it jank. It's gonna feel kind of janky to use. That and the ring itself is not unique at all. There's no unique affixes on a unique ring. It's just the regular stats on the ring. So I just feel like it's kind of meh compared to like, let's say what Barb and not Barb, sorry, what Sork and Necro got. Like it just feels really meh right now. I'll kind of reserve my like real honest opinions when I get a chance to play with it, because maybe there are some things we don't see. Maybe they change the stats. We know, who knows. But right now I don't really feel great about it. It's just kind of like, okay, I guess it's an option, but not one that's exciting. That was fun, Zario. That was actually way more fun than I thought it was gonna be. I don't really play in groups, so it's like, you know, but it's really cool seeing another like bow rogue, or playing aside another bow rogue. Like that was actually like fun. You know, and then like kind of just naturally figuring out which targets to take out first as we are zipping around, shadow stepping to, you know, to interesting positions to do what we need to do. That was fun. I do want to put together this, whatever it is, Theorycraft I want to do, so I'm probably gonna step off to the side for a bit. But we should definitely play some more, man, together. And of course, if you find out anything juicy, you know, feel free to share. I really want to try to do a non-combo point setup. There's so many people have been asking about it. And that, you know, asking them, you know, because almost every build so far has been combo point related. So it's just okay. Last question for the evening. I don't want to run TB. What's the next best all-rounder build? Not to worry about Lilith, etc. If you're talking about all-arounder, I'd probably say Barrage. Rapid fire is close. I think rapid fire probably needs a little bit more. Well, rapid fire would need more optimization to make it an all arounder. I think barrage is just easy to do, like off the rip. In fact, you don't even need the branch and volleys aspect. Honestly, I've dropped that. I'm not even using that anymore. So I'd probably say barrage for like an all arounder. If not twisting blades. If not for twisting blades, I guess you could say. Like, to be honest with you, I like playing rapid fire with like a bow and like force for arrow. Like that's the style I like. I can't really do that this patch though. It's just not really feasible. But it's fun. It just doesn't. It's close quarters combat ruins it for me. But you kind of have to. Shot, rapid fire, ROA is a bit slow but fun versus slow versus TB. I mean, I would do barrage. I mean, the thing is that if you're doing poison row, you're probably not gonna beat, or poison TB, you're probably not gonna beat that. Like with X-File and stuff like that, it's just good. Any suggestions in place of branch and volleys? I would, depends on how you set your barrage build up. Like I decided to drop to Boss Will because I don't really want to use bug pants, to be honest. But for temerity, and then I added conceited to the build. So it's kind of up to you. I mean, if you want more speed, you can just do a aspect of accelerating. If you want you could throw back corruption. Corruption might not be in the original barrage build. So if I took that out, you can just put corruption in place of branching volleys. Branching volleys is just so bad. It really is. And by the time that the arrow could split into something else, the stuff should already be dead anyway. So it really just doesn't really, it doesn't give you what the maths suggests it gives you, and even the suggested math is bad. Does that make sense? We know what time the patch will release now. Because if Blizzard actually told you guys or told us what time the patch release, if it's 1 minute past the time, people will flip out. So the problem is patches are not easy to go from their server to live server, because usually there's bugs and stuff, and then they have to push it through safely, I guess, onto the server. So that's why they never give a time, because sometimes it'll take longer than they expected, to make sure the transition is smooth. But yeah, they're very, very well aware that the internet will blow up if they're even 1 minute late on the patch, if they set a specific target time. So that's why we don't get a time. We just know that it's going to be tomorrow. Or today. Well, later today. Yeah. But I will say this, though. I would expect it around a little before or a little after noon. Their time, PST. So think probably between 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. PST is probably a safe time frame in which they would probably be able to drop the patch. That's a good time window to expect it.
You can't be serious, Tomaris.
It's usually what happens. It's usually in between that time frame.
Going back is
Oh man.
isn't like before. This isn't
Okay.
for Akarat. Surely
That's when Overwatch patch comes out. Nothing to imagine. Is Barrage hard to gear to speed farm? No, it's not. Not at all. It's just combo point stuff. So if you got combo point stuff from any of the other builds, you just keep all those on. Don't even run branch and volleys because you don't even need it. And then go from there. Just make sure you have all the typical combo point aspects, and you're pretty much good. And of course, close quarters combat and crowd control damage. There is that. Ball lightning is Goku Super Saiyan 7. DVR, appreciate the follow. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna attempt to build into something. Whatever that something is to be determined, I guess. See, do I have another sword somewhere I can put accelerating on? Those enemies. Actually, what was the glyph I just changed out anyway? I need to change it out anyways because I'm gonna be running rapid fire now. These gloves. Probably should throw accelerating on there. Slow. Chill. The damage of chill is actually kind of cool. This can be used. Whoever that was, Neftai, what's going on? Appreciate the prime 3 months in a row. What a baller. Bob, what's going on? Bobsy. What's happening, man? This is a good sword, actually. Problem is that like I actually do want to get a sword in case it ends up being good. Like whatever I'm doing ends up being like actually good. So I want to at least have something that's actually good. Okay. We'll throw the whatchamacall on here. Accelerating on. Do I have an accelerator? A playlist? Type exclamation mark playlist. So we'll throw that in there. So we have accelerating and corruption, I guess, is fine. Since I don't have anything else to put there, really. Accelerating corruption. Don't know what's gonna go here. Find somewhere to put conceited though. I guess conceited can go here. I have another conceited. That's the I don't think so. That's gonna be rough because that's a lot of. Oh, there it is. 25%. Jeez. Have another not as crazy. That's a max conceded though. Really want to risk it? Just throw it on something. I mean, I might as well. So we conceded there. Still got that. Still got that. I don't know what I'm gonna do here. accelerating corruption. I figure out what to do with the ring here. Guess I can just leave it as it is, because it is just a test. And if I like something, I'll switch it out for something else. 1,700 songs, yeah. And I'm consistently adding more things to it. So I'm totally not done yet. Thing about it is that I might not even do it. Bow. I might do a 2-hand bow.
Well, let's have a look.
Could just do conceited and then wrap it on and keep the rapid there. I think it's important that the rapid aspect is on the weapon though. As much as I want to try to play around with not doing it, it's a huge difference having it on the weapon or a side piece versus a side piece actually. Conceited here. Okay, damage to slow needs to be anything else. Vulnerable damage, I guess that will work. And I get something like all stats. I'm not gonna spend too much on this trying to get it though. One more time. 4 skill damage, that's better. That. Cool. Now we could throw accelerating on this one. Need country music? I do have some. Do have some. Yeah, I do have some. I have a little bit of everything. The one thing I don't have is heavy metal. That's on purpose. Not because I don't like heavy metal at all. It's more so it doesn't fit the stream's vibe at all. And you know, I definitely can't say chill vibes, you know, or whatever, and then have heavy metal playing, right? Like it just doesn't make sense. We won't change the rings so we don't mess up resistances and stuff. We'll leave everything else kind of mostly the same. I guess I could go with the Cast of Shadows though. I have an extra aspect of, but it's too late that I've already printed this though, so like Nightcore, I do. I chill fine with heavy metal.
The forge is always hot.
Alright. Okay, so I almost got the setup somewhat. Almost got the setup somewhat. That doesn't make any sense. It did when I was thinking out loud. I'm dying. The hectic. I wonder if that poison damage is like AoE, even if it is like small. Yeah, a cursed touch, right? And then ravenous, right? Ravenous is somewhere. Oh, okay, I got all powers activated. That works. Yeah. So far so good. Oh, you know what I could have did? Oh, appreciate the follow, by the way. I could have did. I just realized I could have did manglers here. I think manglers would have did really well. Manglers and then do the conceited on here, but I don't have another conceited aspect though, so I think we're out of luck there. However, if this plays out to do well, I think we can possibly. Definitely need to change my Paragon board though. What was me and Zario testing in the training room? Honestly, I have no idea. Initially, he was showing me what the X file with the poison does with like rapid fire, and then after that, we were just kind of like testing how fast we can kill the boss or the boss dummy or whatever. And then we just got into a dungeon where he was showing me the free stuff, and then that was kind of it.
Yo, Darkside, we just got raided,
Moxie
son.
with the
You know
huge
how we
raid.
do.
What is up,
We
man?
pay respects to our fellow streamers, man.
Yeah. What is up,
Moxie
man?
raided my stream with 611
Appreciate you,
views.
appreciate you. Malfurion, nice. I like the name right there. But thanks for the raid. Just actually about to just try a couple of or theory crafting, I guess, doing some stuff and see if I can find something different that you know, a little bit out of the norm, I guess. So that's kind of what I'm doing now at the moment. So kind of in the middle of putting something together. I guess Ram, Moxie threw 30 runs. I think I did about like 40 something earlier. Well, at least it felt like I did 40 something earlier. I got nothing. Like all four of us were in a party and like none of us got anything. But yeah, I'm like probably like, I don't know, somewhere between like 150, 160 Dorio runs in general, period. I haven't been like grinding them as much as I possibly could have, but I know my RNG is real bad. Like I have anti-streamer luck. So yeah. I know that I'm never gonna really find anything. So what is a good victimized rogue build in your opinion? It doesn't exist. Closest thing is pen shot and it's still not worth it. Victimize is just not worth. And it's very unfortunate because it could have some good uses, especially with like rapid fire, but they really just didn't do it justice, unfortunately. Took you 98 runs to get your first Uber. Yeah, I just don't have I don't have the luck, man. I really don't. I don't know how to RNG apparently. So I'm just know that I'm gonna get a shackle like when D5 drops. My shackle will finally drop in D4, and I'll be like, oh well, moving on to D5.
I'll see you again.
But I'm not like mad or salty or anything. It's just a matter of time. It's just no, you know, it'll happen eventually. It has to, right? Laws of RNG. All right, so how do I want to do this? So I have to take a point out of here. Hmm. Yeah, I don't really need intervention like that. So now we have one more skill to kind of play around with. So I guess we could do poison trap. I guess we can just reset the code. Try to reset the MBMS if we can. So we'll do it like this. Probably feel a little bit better. I think everything else will kind of stay the same. Intersight is so bad. But I guess why not? I guess I could put points into something like Death Trap or something. I don't really want to do random arrows. Needs you to press my traps. Anyone know if the Umbrus aspect proc their Trickery Heart in season 1? It doesn't. It doesn't. It's a good thought, don't get me wrong, but yeah, it doesn't do it. I know because I ran Umbrus like permanently and I've used Trickery Heart, but yeah, it doesn't proc it unless they change it. Unless they change it, like let's say tomorrow or something like that, or well, patch notes. It doesn't. It won't. We'll do Intersight for now, and then I'll change it to something else. Wait, did I just earn stuff? What did I earn? Oh, cooperative. Oh yeah, all those things. Yeah, because I normally play in groups. That's hilarious. Okay. What else am I gonna do right now? That's about it. I guess I can keep my Paragon board roughly the same. I think it's bad that I have Eldritch Bounty though, because I'm probably going to be shooting a lot more out of my imbuements than with my imbuements. Only way that would be different is if I was to change this into an imbuement. So I would need to Gohan. Absolutely Gohan. Well, especially like the now Gohan for sure. Gohan Beast. And Super Saiyan 2 Gohan back in the Cell Saga. That was my favorite Gohan actually, was Cell Saga Gohan. Teen Gohan. Kid Gohan, maybe just a little too young on that. But yeah. Okay, so in order to get, I have to get rid of this board, put Cunning Stratagem. Sorry, Cunning Stratagem instead. For the Eldritch Bounty. Everything else can stay the same though. This will stay the same. This is fine. Trickery's fine. I'm gonna have to go a little bit further and come here if I wanted to. So I'll have to just get rid of control. Get rid of infusion. Put chipped. I think probably would be the better idea. or something more streamlined. Yeah, let's go with cunning here. We can keep this board down here, that's fine. I don't want to be like, whereas if I don't have any imbuements, my damage just falls off the cliff. The extra damage is fine, but like not off the cliff. Cunning. I guess cunning is really not that great either, though. Trap would actually be pretty good. And like deadly ambush would be pretty good. There is no witness here. Witness is not bad. The coming rain, yeah, cluster missions and the beam of hearts. Yeah, no. I'm yeah. What about dash that proc smoke? I think that works. I think that works with the Tom Heart. I think it does. What do you rank the barbells? Hoda is definitely number one. Hoda double swing. Wake? No, sorry. Whirlwind. Hoda double swing whirlwind probably is what I would say. You're not beating Hoda though. Like Hoda's just Hoda. Tanjiro or Deku? Deku. I love the powers. Ren, I don't think Ren is close to the others. To be honest with you, I don't think Blend's. I haven't really seen an impressive like Ren build right now. When I say impressive, I mean like compared to the three I just mentioned. I have seen the Leap Quake Barb though, but it's pretty much Death Blow. So, but yeah. Appreciate the follow. All right, so we're gonna go cunning stratagem. You say stratagem, but cunning stratagem just to make sure we just have some sort of additive damage. And we'll rotate the board this way. I don't really know what I want to put there as far as the glyph is concerned. I'm gonna do. It's combat. Combat's not great though. %19.8% increased critical strike damage. So it's actually not that. Well, I do crit a lot. It actually technically might be worth more than, like, let's say infusion. Like if I crit 100% of the time, this would be worth it more than, like, let's say infusion, or even closer, or chipped. I mean, well, chip has the multiplicative aspect to it. Well, I want flat damage though. Like, I don't want like my damage to only happen when I'm only doing certain things. I actually forgot about upheaval. Sorry, my fault. I totally forgot about upheaval. Yeah. Don't know how I did. Hold on. Upheaval double swing. Whirlwind. Upheaval second, in my opinion. Don't even know why. I totally forgot about upheaval. You play a pen shot penetrating rogue penetrating shot build. Can I give some tips for dueling versus lightning ball sword? Or you mean for PvP? That's a whole different.
Manwitoad raided my stream with 1 views.
I appreciate the raid, man. Yeah. So for PvP, you will probably want to do more of a physical pin shot, physical pin rapid fire if you're gonna do it that way. But in terms of like the matchup per se, I haven't played any PvP at a lot of the seasons, so I couldn't tell you the matchup. Would love to tell you the matchup, but I have no matchup experience with that this season, so unfortunately I'm not the right person to ask for that. How much intelligence is in this area? Probably not much, is there? Not like 29, right? So I probably, well, I guess it's intelligence for both, right? Crap. All right. Appreciate the follow. Let's see. Yeah, so it's okay. So it's 39 for cunning, and no witness has 44. Yeah, so we're gonna have to go crit damage on this one then. Also appreciate the follow. Yeah, still just kind of experimenting at the moment, trying to do a no combo point setup that isn't necessarily rain of arrows. Trying to hit as hard as I possibly can with no combo points. It's gonna be really challenging. Seven. 34. There's one more intel somewhere. There it is. 39. It's really not worth going over there for. You need to pick this up though. Oh. 1, 2, 3. Definitely go this way. Okay, I think that still gives me my whatchamacallit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. Alright, so we still need to go down. No witness, I guess. Do the control glyph. Either way, I'm running to willpower. Yeah. Roll here. I need to put strength in here, so this path is a little different than what I'm used to. The most optimal path I'll take. Maybe use if I want to, but take this much. Need to go this way though. Either way, it still kind of sucks. Before, so I'm missing 2 more intel. One, 2. So that's 44. Down here, take damage to help the enemies. That's always good. Got some extra. Just critical strike damage is too bad. And got 7 points left over. 6, 5, 4, 1, 0. Okay, we can get some damage. Let's go this way. I'm 1 off, huh? Easy peasy, we could fix that. Alright. That's critical strike damage and physical damage. I could go that route too. Guess either or works, but we'll just keep it the way we do now. Like this is a good starting setup for what I'm trying to do. No witness or cheap shot for the new unique glyph for C. More damage to CC always. Always. Because you're actually putting, yeah. Always, because increasing the only big multiplicative buff you got is it's gonna almost always be the way to go. You can figure out your defense and all their stuff, but that is what getting that is like your maximum, like, you know, concern. Okay. That's my Paragon board. be honest with you, I'm really not that confident in this. Like, I'm truly am not. But I want to try something different, so that's what we're doing. That's a bigger additive thing than I thought it was going to be honest with you. Forgot that so they actually did a pretty decent job balancing this glyph. Because if you crit a lot, technically speaking, this is a better additive glyph than some of the others. Because of the amount you get per whatchamacallit. But that's only if you crit a lot. Can I link a Hoda build for you? I can do this for you. Go to Maxroll there. Go to build guys, like in-game build guys. Search out Hoda. On Barbarian. Super easy to to make work. So I'm pretty sure I'm missing something, as I always do. But I think this is fine for now. So I just want to do some hill tides for fun. I'm missing a soccer on the weapon. Am I? I thought I put one on our. Did I not? No, I did. I do have a free slot though. I didn't change this ring because I don't really know what to put on there right now that would actually make an actual difference yet. Could be the taunt ring. But for now we're just gonna leave it as it is. I could do like what I could do is I can do manglers here and then put a seated here, but I have to mess with some good pieces of gear I already have that I don't want to change. So unless I'm for sure sold on what I'm doing, I'm not gonna make that sacrifice.
I need more time. I need more time. I need more energy.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I have to make them vulnerable first. Yeah, I do have a cursed touch though, don't I? I do. Okay, it's just that initially, until I make them vulnerable.
I'm out of energy. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready.
I don't know. I think exploit actually might still be important
Don't have enough energy.
as well.
You can't be serious, Tomiris. Morgan
Hmm.
is lost in ruins. Going back is. This isn't like before.
Let's spend it on the rings or is it gloves?
Surely you understand that. I can break that down.
Gloves keep.
You can still use these.
Kristen Blaze, we'll hold on to that. Just in case.
There's that. There's that.
Yeah, I think guess what I want to trade out for the exploit glyph though. I guess there's Canny. It's on the main Paragon board probably.
So dark and cold. Walk me home.
Why do you want to exploit glyph? Because like my resource is going to depend on whether or not I proc vulnerable, right? So a cursed touch gives me a chance to, but there's times where if I don't proc the vulnerable, like if things are dying too quick, for instance, maybe, I can't. I am using the cursed touch. That's what I'm saying. I'm running out of energy using a cursed touch.
I'm not ready.
Until inner sight procs.
Don't have enough energy.
Yeah. At least for farming, I might have to use exploit. See, I'm out of energy again.
I need more time.
Yep, out of energy. Either that or consuming shadows maybe. Or umbral. Let's see. If I change my ring out, I have to change my resistances, and then that means I have to change my chest, and then that kind of gets all messy. I was trying to avoid messing with the ring slot. I actually rather change a glyph, honestly. That's easier to test than to finagle all the resistances again. Because the exploit glyph would just give it to me for like, well, literally just solve all the issues. Or I can do consuming shadows. Let's just do this here. I kind of really wanted to keep that, but let's go with that first for a little bit. Actually, let's do. There we go.
I'm not ready yet. Need more time. I'm not ready.
Yeah. I rather do it the other way. Yeah, well, I'm saying like, I think exploit just makes the most sense starting off, because I mean, at least if they're vulnerable for the first 3 seconds, then they'll remain vulnerable because of the accursed. Well, because of like prey actually, but might create chance here actually, but we'll do blended shadow imbuement. It's 2 seconds though, and I have to kill something for it to happen. Honestly, really, it makes the most sense to just change out the candy, because that's what's in the board right now. I have candy, which really shouldn't be there when I think about it. Because candy is elemental, so really this should just be exploit, to be honest. Like, I'm really not losing anything big by it. That's what I'm just saying. I can just do exploit, and it's fine. Let me remove this real quick until I get the points back. There's actually more strength on this board than I thought, actually, now that I think of it. I almost never put a strength glyph here, that's why I'm ever. Save intel there. That's pretty much. Save an armor piece right there if I wanted. That's fine. We're just testing anyways. I have to be exact. I have 4 points left. Or just the armor. That's fine. That is fine. Alright, that should just solve the issues. Yeah, we probably have to drop exploit for the zero gift. Well, I mean, that may not matter if I feel like it doesn't work now, right? For the sake of testing. Because again, I could just change a ring slot and like solve the issue there, but I don't want to make that commitment until I know that this is actually worthwhile doing. I'm not even thinking about the new glyph yet. This is about probably the most damage I'm going to be able to get out of a setup like this. So this is.
I'm low on energy.
sure I got everything. Everything's activated. Yeah, curse touch. No wait. Okay. Maybe just because I'm just attacking a lot faster than I normally would.
Need more time. Need more time.
I guess I always get one steel chest. Where's it? Where is a steel chest, by the way? Active one. I'll get one and then I'll do a dungeon. See what my character sheet looks like. Yeah, I'm maxed out. We're good. I think they didn't even check. I just assumed. Alright, where's our... I'm close to one, okay. Literally, like right there.
I'm not ready yet.
This is supposed to be right here. The pants to boss wall aren't showing up anymore since today. Is are any pants showing up at all? Okay. I know what happened then. I know exactly what happened then. Give me a sec. Or at least I think I know what happened. I wonder if it's because it's one of those whatchamacallit uniques and we've updated our system. So now the proper unique is showing up. It's not even in my whatchamacallit. Let me check a different build. Yeah, okay, all of my builds are like that. Pin shot is like that. Rapid fire endgame is like that. Yeah, the pants are just gone. All right. Yeah, I'll check and see what happened with that. But yes, the Tabas Will should be there for now. I think I'm gonna end up changing it to Temerity anyways later on this week. But yeah, Tabas Will should be there. Delete it from game.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, my bad. I'll get in contact. Let them know.
Need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready.
Yeah, I think it's bugged. I'm gonna have to TP and then TP it out, hopefully.
I'm not ready yet.
Need to update with the updated pants. Yeah, but it's like not even on the planner. Like I can't even search for those pants. That's what I'm saying. At least not on my current planners. 'Cause I tried to do that real quick as like a quick fix and it wasn't there. I don't know what I came over here for. I just need a TP in and TP out. It probably was just a placeholder and now it's gone. Yeah. Sorry, Shade, but yeah, it should it should totally be there. That was good damage actually for that. Decent damage. I'm gonna switch to a crossbow though. As much as I like the bow in general for this, I actually probably prefer the bigger damage. Ravenous has pretty decent attack speed. So Mr. Chauffeur himself, how's it going? Doing well, man. Blizzcon was fun. A lot of fun. Wait, where's my YouTube chat? There it is. Got it. Not that anyone said anything on YouTube, but at least it's there. Okay, so we're gonna switch different weapon.
You can't be serious, Tamaris. Morgan's folly is lost in ruins. Going back. This isn't like before.
Ultimate core.
Fought for Akarat. Surely
Vulnerable. Oh, this really has Ripper Fire on it already. Nice. We can. Yeah, this is a good one. Where's my other crossbow then? Oh, that one's good too. Both of those are actually pretty good. Yeah, we can just make the swap. Be done with it. I guess we'll try. Nightmare Dungeon, I guess. Jumping right into a 90s with this. Feel like I'm gonna regret it, but we'll do it. Great answers are right. I let it. Jackie Chan, I said just saw your question. Probably answered this a lot of way, but what's a quick take on the new Rogue Ring and build opportunities? It can go in any build technically. Any build that's already using like a subterfuge skill or whatever. Because it's basically a taunt. It just kind of keeps you safe and allows you to kind of gather everything into one area. So it can be useful for any build. It's just a matter of like, do you need it? Would be the question, right? If you're speed farming, not really, no. But for the higher tier Nightmare Dungeons, it definitely has some uses there. Yeah, the crossbow probably makes a little more sense here. Be sure to follow. What's my favorite rogue range focus build? At the moment, it's Barrage. I do think this is. I was hoping this to be a little bit like I would hit a little harder than I am right now. When everything's kind of all buffed there, especially with the cold imbuement, it you get some pretty nice multipliers. But this whole like definitely having that like close quarters combat, this whole thing usually is kind of annoying. It gets feels awkward, like I thought it would. But we'll do precision. I know it's not gonna be good, as nearly as good, but
Need more time.
see, the rings are a nice addition. Yeah, for some classes, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of crazy how my damage goes literally falls off the cliff the moment I don't have close quarters combat. Like precision is just not good enough. I mean, I could barely, like my damage barely reaches the 6 figures sometimes, and that's kind of embarrassing.
Need more time. I'm not ready yet.
Eek. How's Pen Shot rapid fire hold up in the higher tiers? I mean it does fine. It does fine in the higher tiers. But you do have to kind of like if you're gonna like try to explode rooms and stuff, you're gonna have to like kite a bit and make sure you line up stuff if you really want your damage to remain like really nice. You may not be able to just straight ramble it, if that makes sense. You need to gather and burst. It's just kind of hard to do in the higher tier nightmare dungeons and survive. Selling glitches, appreciate the follow. Yeah. If you're not feeling this, unfortunately. I like the playstyle. Or at least everything except for the close quarters combat activation part of it, but I guess without combo points, man, it just feels like you're
Need more time.
Whoa, wait, what else hit me when I was some of my health just got chunked by half while I was still there. I know my shadow step was still on cooldown, but still. You know that the undead elixir works on the Vishal. That's actually a good question. Not sure. Does Flurry Stone work with Metamorphosis? It does, yeah.
Need more time.
The Stone Mace, what's going on? Yeah, this is quite embarrassing though in terms of like output. For a single target skill of that too. I pretty much went the absolute highest damage option I can think of for an inner sight rapid fire setup.
Need more time.
The stream stops for you.
Need more time.
Hello everyone, you're new here. You're not at football. What's going on, man? Yeah, this is definitely not worth, fortunately. Anything that isn't come up points, I'm saying not anything, but most things that aren't come up points, it's just really not worth. Because even with combo points, even with combo points and broken to balls will is like still like mostly tame unless you're building for the bug. But yes, Jack. Yes, the flurry stun does work with metamorphosis. Kind of saddened by this actually. I was hoping it'd be a little better. Right, that boss took way too long for rapid fire. Granted, yeah, it's inner sight, not combo points, but man, like the difference is like night and day. At least with combo points, even without the boss spoil, that he would have died a bit quicker. For sure, like 200 success stream, how would 1 million followers impact your life? What it would change for you? 1 million followers, probably nothing, because the 1 million followers won't mean I have a good, a consistent view count. The view count, the concurrent view count matters more so than the amount of followers you got. Although having more followers usually means you're gonna have a higher concurrent view counts. 1 million subs verified page each month. How would that impact my life? I mean, I'd probably be doing the same thing I'm doing now. I mean, I have a little nicer car. I'd probably actually get a house, an apartment now. I'd get a house. Probably nothing too fancy because it's a lot of space. Yeah, but maybe a personal chef. I mean, I really wouldn't go all out. It'd be one of those things where, like, if I spend money, it's probably because there's a necessity for it. I'd probably do more with like giveaways and donations, like, more so giveaways like to the chat or whatever. I mean, the people who've been supporting me before I got the 1 million subscribers, if that makes sense. I don't know. I definitely help out like the school that I'm at in terms of like getting new instruments and drums and stuff like that, because they definitely need it. How many viewers, subs does a person need to live on just Twitch streaming? Talking about like normal life, not crazy expensive BS. Hey Wolf with the Prime, appreciate you. It depends on the state, because like the cost of living matters, right? So if we're talking about California, like New York or Hawaii or something, obviously that's gonna be it's gonna require a bit more. But if we're talking about like Nebraska or like, you know, some parts of South Carolina or, you know, Rhode Island. Well, Rhode Island's cost of living is actually not that. Yes. North Dakota, South Dakota, you know, like those places that would be like a little bit, that'd be like a lot cheaper, right? However, I would say Alaska. I would say like for me though, like for me as a second job, like I would like around 400 to 500 consistent viewership or consistent viewers on average per stream would probably be enough. Not even just like the subscriptions, but even just the concurrent viewership of that much would probably be enough for a second job, which would probably come across what, so 500 viewers and 500 subscribers would be like good for a second job. Like that'd be decent. That'd be like, okay, yeah, that's gonna definitely help pay for stuff for sure. Full time though, I'd say probably roughly 1,000 viewers, roughly on average, 700 to 1,000 on average, and then definitely 500 plus subscribers at least, and then a couple of sponsorships, which will come because you got that viewership anyway. It'd be enough to like kind of live off of if you're streaming every day, that is. You're getting one shot by Lilith from your barb, and you said, "Ella, thank you." I'm not even sure I can do to improve on that. Make sure that your build is optimized, because barb should be pretty much like one shotting Lilith. So like you really should be getting like for a barb, depending on the build you're playing, you really should just be beating her without her doing any of her mechanics really. Like barbs are that strong right now. So like, but yeah, her mechanics are generally one shot anyway. So it's like you have to understand how the waves work or whatever. Yeah. You have to understand how her waves work when she goes up in the air. So it's one of those things. Have you ever played like a Monster Hunter game before, or like a Dark Souls type game before, where you kind of have to learn like the attacks or whatever? It's kind of like that. That is if you are actually playing the mechanics. Appreciate the follow. What I think about Barb one-shotting everything is Barb the only class that can one-shot everything. Barb's the only class that can like do that farming, yes. Now there are classes that can one-shot, but they have to build very specific in a very specific scenario to do it. They can't farm with the one-shot setup, if that makes sense. Pulverized Druid is probably the closest, but it has some major drawbacks if you don't kill everything in 1 or 2 hits. McVie said, have any first playthrough until you realize you can upgrade your gear at the blacksmith. Oh yeah, that's a big deal. Am I the only one that finds range rules 10x more fun than melee currently on penetrate shot? Well, I mean, technically speaking, I am, not to toot my own horn or anything like that, but like I'm considered the bow rogue, the bow rogue that people go to, because although all the Maxroll guides on Maxroll for Rogue, I am generally over the bow stuff usually, and I play majority bow Rogue. So I agree with you. I do feel that like this patch right now with close quarters combat being as strong as it is, I feel like bow Rogue is having to play in melee range quite a bit sometimes with the close quarters combat because it's just that good. But yeah. I want to get to a point where like it's just some pure bow rogan going on, which doesn't really quite exist yet right now, but it did last season, but it doesn't this season quite yet. But I'm still working on it. I was trying to do this with this inner sight rapid fire with no basic attack, and fortunately I was pretty disappointed with the results. So I'm a little too tired to actually try anything else right now, so I think I might just hang it up for now. We'll come back to experimenting tomorrow when we get that unique ring as well, or try to get the unique ring and play around with it and hope that that's actually, you know, better than it looks like on paper, because right now it's kind of like weird. Just found a build on Paint Shot from Maxroll, but change a few things and add a Doombringer. Doombringer, oh wow, you got a Doombringer, nice. That's nutty. Congrats, man. I've got no good Uber uniques at all whatsoever. Like none. 0. So have not been fortunate on that end. But all right. Doombringer gets you. That's so much HP, man. That's nuts. Seems like that'd be really fun for like, you know, tanking and things. All right, guys, we are actually going to raid out. So let me actually get off the YouTube.